Okay, so today we're going to be talking about the Summer Moon Utah Wells case. She went missing June 15, 2021, from her home in the Beach Creek area. She resided at 110 Ben Hill Road. She just disappeared. I apologize. I just finished eating a breakfast burrito. It's very good, might I add. Okay, we're going to be going over a few things today, so I want to get started with it. Let me get my notes down off of here. We are going to start. This is from June 18, 2021. This is an interview that a lot of people talk about. A lot of people comment on this. So let me get it pulled up here. I'm going to try to drop the links in chat as I play these. Hold on one moment. You know me, I'm kind of low budget. This is from Channel 11 News. Let me get my chat pulled up so I can drop these links. I'm going to be showing a couple of the interviews from the beginning. Hey, Spread Love. From the beginning, I'm going to be going over the Jose interview with the interview room, and then I have another Duty Ron that I want to show. Just a lot of things here today, class. A lot of things here. Okay, this is channel 11. Well, okay. It is actually not okay, hold on. Let's just get started before I lose myself, which I do quite often. Well, thank you, Darlene. For those of you listening, please throw me a like, throw me a sub, however you want to do it. I would appreciate it. Okay, let me get my ear pods in here. Like I said, we are going to be busy. Today is going to be a busy day for me. Honestly, it gets really exhausting to go back through, and I go through my notes, and then I find the interviews themselves, if they're still out there. This is an interview that, like I said, many people had their opinions on and have commented on it.
Kind of what you've been feeling the last few days in the search for Summer. Can you just, let us know what you and your family are experiencing at this time?
Well, we really appreciate that outpouring of love. And I've never seen so many good people in one place. We just really appreciate everybody trying to help that they have, law enforcement and all these volunteers that are here. Never seen anything like this in my entire life.
Okay, he ain't never seen nothing like that in his entire life. Well, obviously you hadn't, because your child hadn't went missing before, right? Oh, I was going to add something else to that. Okay, y'all know me. It'll come to me.
Just pray that.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. That in their WJHL interview, Dawn and Candace's, Dawn talks about just learning that there's good people in the holler, right? He's learning that there are good people. In my opinion, it's because he only knew the people who were, dealing in substances and things like that.
That God, His awesome power, for His name's sake, will please let Summer be okay, and please come home.
I can't imagine how you've been feeling these past couple of days.
I want you to take notice of the boy in his hair.
It's been rough, but we know, we believe in the resurrection. Never seen so many Christians in one place in my life. Like I say, that's pretty awesome to see that.
Pretty awesome for you to, keep hanging out with jail Jesus, Don.
And I just hope God in His mercies will deliver someone home to us.
Pretty unlikely for something for her to do to walk off like that.
Yeah, she wouldn't be
Hang
there.
on.
We even had one of our neighbors say they pulled up in the driveway and she ran to the door. So we warn her all the time. There's bears and other things that we try to warn our kids about all these things all the time.
And can you tell us a little bit, what Summer was doing that afternoon or that evening?
She was planting flowers with her mother and her grandmother, and she wanted to go into the house. So my wife watched her go into the door, and she went into the house, and the boys were on the internet, of course.
That right there pissed me off. Right? What's that even mean, Darlene? They called Robin and David from outside the holler. Well, he was talking about people in the holler. That after Summer went missing, he learned there were good people in the area at that time. That is what I meant to say. Hey, Mr. A.
She wanted to go
Hey,
downstairs
Sam.
and play with her toys. So when her mother come in, she says, "Where's Summer?" She went down in the basement. She didn't answer, so she went down there, and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked.
Here we go. That is the first time, ladies and gentlemen. Don says it was unlocked. You heard it from his mouth.
They haven't seen her since.
And so then the boys, just when she walked in the house, what about time was that?
I'm not sure. 5:36. I'm not sure.
Whoop, there's 5:30. 5:36. I am going to play this over again and not open my big mouth for you guys. I promise.
Not knowing what happened, do you have any kind of a gut feeling about it? Do you have any kind of an instinct feeling about it?
I wished I did. Some bad person grabbed her, but we have no idea. The FBI and the police have covered every single base, everything that anybody can think of, they've covered.
Now, I know you can't see it. The way that he is grabbing his son's arm stood out to me.
What would you say to people, as you're searching, what are you asking from other people? I know there's so many prayers coming out right now. Is there anything else you want to ask of the community and the public?
I just want to thank everybody for the outpouring of love. That's all.
Not only does he have his arm around his son, he's gripping onto his shirt.
Is there anything that you'd like to add that maybe we didn't ask you, or
Not that I can think of, sir.
Have they told you about what they might be trying to do today specifically?
They're still searching. They're doing everything they can. They're doing every single thing they can. We've tried to, we try to go to them with other leads and stuff. And they're like, we've already checked all that out.
Why you got a hold of that boy's shirt, Don? Did you think he was going to run away? Hey, Amy's.
Sex offenders, they check all them. Anything that we can cover, they've already covered almost probably every base that they can. I mean, we're trying to think, beat our brains out. They've covered everything that we can think of already.
Are they asking anything of you other than just people that you might suspect, or situations you might suspect?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I'm at work all the time.
There you go.
Candace was on one side of the house when she got gone. That, not even, 50, 60 feet away. We know she wouldn't leave the property. There's no way she would do that.
Have you ever seen anyone in the neighborhood that doesn't
Damn it.
Well, there are, people that come through there looking for drugs in the area, and that's probably with any place, but no. They've checked all them things out too. They've got a hold of everybody. They've tracked everybody down that they possibly can. I mean, they've covered all the bases that they can.
Are you all from this area?
I'm originally from Utah, but I come out here to help my mother, and I've been here on and off for the past 25 years.
Now, if you hear Jody Sue talk about it, there's no way that Don Wells was taking care of his mama. I don't know the reason he had his son with him in the interview. I really don't. I am going to restart it and keep my mouth shut, and you guys can watch the interview and give me your opinions on it.
You've been feeling the last few days in the search for Summer. Can you just, let us know what you and
Hey,
your family
Sage.
are experiencing at this time?
We really appreciate that outpouring of love. We've never seen so many good people in one place.
The script is repeated over and over in interviews with him.
We just really appreciate everybody trying to help that they have, law enforcement and all these volunteers that are here. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. Just pray that God and His awesome power for His name's sake will please let Summer be okay, and please come home.
I can't imagine how you've been feeling these past couple days.
And, it's been rough, but we believe in the resurrection. Never seen so many Christians in one place in my life. Like I say, that's pretty awesome to see that. And I just hope God in His mercies will deliver someone home to us.
Pretty unlikely for something for her to do to walk off like that.
Yeah, she wouldn't do that. We even had one of our neighbors say they pulled up in the driveway and she ran to the door. So we warn her all the time. There's bears.
Okay, so that's an interesting statement right there. We even one of our neighbors said they pulled up and she ran to the door. Now, I don't remember because I don't remember everything exactly when it came out that Jody Sue said she seen Summer needing a towel because she just got out of the shower with Dawn. Jody said, Summer was being a little bratty about it. Yeah, I'm not sure when that first came out.
Other things that, we try to.
And don't forget, Dudley pulls up and all the kids ran out the door, is what he said. Now, I know he was doing the methalacalaka. So whether you believe that statement or not is totally up to y'all.
Kids about all these things all the time.
And can you tell us a little bit, what Summer was doing that afternoon or that evening?
She was planting flowers with her mother and her grandmother, and she wanted to go into the house. So my wife watched her go into the door, And she went into the house, and the boys were on the internet, of course. And
She watched her go into the door. It wasn't she walked her to the door. She watched her go into the door. I'm sorry. I could watch this interview again and still have things to comment on it. I can't keep my mouth shut. I apologize.
she wanted to go downstairs and play with her toys. So when her mother come in, she says, "Where's Summer?" She went down in the basement. But she didn't answer, so she went down there, and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked, and we haven't seen her since.
And so then the boys, just when she walked in the house, what about time was that?
I'm not sure. 5:36. I'm not sure.
5:36. But Don always said, oh, I thought it was 5:30, right? 5:36. Not sure about that.
Not knowing what happened, do you have any kind of a gut feeling about it? Do you have any kind of instinct feeling about it?
I wished I did. Some bad person grabbed her, but we have no idea that the FBI and the police have covered every single base, everything that anybody can think of, they've covered. And
It is hard for law enforcement officials to have a completed investigation when the parents will not cooperate.
What would you say to people, as you're searching, what are you asking from other people? I know there's so many prayers coming out right now. Is there anything else you want to ask of the community and the public?
I just want to thank everybody for the outpouring of love. That's all.
Even his son is like, Dad, why are you freaking tearing my arm off right now?
Is there anything that you'd like to add that maybe we didn't ask you, or?
Not that I can think of, sir.
Have they told you about what they might be trying to do today specifically?
They're still searching. They're doing everything they can. They're doing every single thing they can. We've tried to, we try to go to them with other leads and stuff. And they're like, we've already checked all that out. The sex offenders, they've checked all them. Anything that we can cover, they've already covered almost probably every base that they can. We're trying to think and beat our brains out. They've covered everything that we can think of already.
I don't believe that they were beating their brains out per se, trying to think of who could have took their daughter. These are two parents that have, obviously, they showed us that they partake of the substances and the alcohol. What are you all trying to forget? What are you trying to forget?
Are they asking anything of you other than just people that you might suspect, or situations you might suspect?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I'm at work all the time. Candace was on one side of the house when she got gone. That, not even 50, 60 feet away. We know she wouldn't leave the property. There's no way she would do that.
Have you ever seen anyone in the neighborhood that doesn't belong?
Well, there are, people that come through there looking for drugs in the area, and that's probably with any place, but no. They've checked all them things out too. They've got a hold of everybody. They've tracked everybody down that they possibly.
Now, see, what you hear him doing from the beginning is some other dude, right? Other people, substance dealers, substance users being in the area. He neither one of these parents have ever came out and talked about what was transpiring at 110 Ben Hill Road.
So we can, everybody, they cover all the bases that they can.
Are you all from this area?
I'm originally from Utah, but I come out here to help my mother, and I've been here on and off for the past 25 years or 30 years or 40, I don't know. But yeah.
Okay.
With Noom, you can get started on.
Hold on, peeps. Let me get our Eagles up because I got so much stuff going on. I've got so many tabs open. Let me get our Eagles pulled up here. I apologize. Here we go. Okay, we're going to share that tab right now. Let's see. I had them all lined up. All right, that one's going. That one's going. Okay, this is from Forever David's mom. Let me drop her link in chat really quick. How can I do that? Now this link I got off of Reddit. So, give me 1 minute. Let me pull up Tiffany's channel so I can drop that link because getting it from Reddit is a little bit different than actually getting it from YouTube. So give me just 1 minute. Give credit where credit is due. Forever David's mom. Forever David's mom is Tiffany Marie. To let anyone know that doesn't know that. She's got a lot of stuff on the Summer Wells case over on her channel. Hang on, I'll get rid of that. That shouldn't even be on there. Hang on. Delete comment. I was going to try to get all the links in before I even started, but I'm not sure what I'm going to use today. All right, there's Tiffany's link right there. Okay, let me get this pulled up. Here we go.
Is talking about details in the Summer Wells investigation. He hasn't done it yet until now. Her father is also showing us a path he claims, a little used path.
This is very interesting.
A kidnapper used to abduct his daughter and then disappear without a trace.
Our Erica Lunsford walked that trail.
You know what? That's a good comment, CM, because or low. Well, both of them are good comments, but making the wrong friends. Dawn and Candace, you are the wrong friends. I kind of agree with that. So they just befriend anyone. This speaks of their character more than anyone knows. They will befriend anyone who wants to be their friend. They don't care these individuals' backgrounds. They don't care what they've done. You know, their way of thinking is, we all done something wrong in our life, right? Which, you know, sometimes people do wrong things in their life. That told me that there was no hesitation whatsoever to let individuals come up to that 110 Ben Hill property, and them not knowing anything about them. They put out the belief that they do things to help people. They, they feel for the homeless people. They, come on up to my place and stay. Not knowing these people, not taking into consideration that there are children on the premises.
With Don Wells and sat face to face with Sheriff Ronnie Lawson in a WVLT exclusive interview.
Now 114 days after the little girl was reported missing. Erica, you've learned a lot. Tell us more.
That's right. Summer's father tells me he believes the trouble started at the basement door, a door he says her brothers often left unlocked and wide open.
Here we go. That ticks me off. Again, placing the blame on the boys. Placing the blame on 3 little boys.
And we'd get on them a lot, and so you can't do that, but it just, we'd always find it open a lot of times and stuff, and so we tried to control that, but to know, they couldn't control it 100% of the time.
Don Wells tells me Summer was
That
last
makes me
seen going
angry.
to the basement to play with her toys. Her 3 older brothers upstairs, her mother and grandmother in the yard facing away from the basement door, and Don Wells at work.
We don't know if someone was waiting in the basement or if she come outside here and went to the swing. All we know is she went down the basement.
Well,
do you guys really believe somebody was waiting in the basement? That would mean that I would think, well, maybe not. The boys, if someone came into the basement, right? I'm sorry you didn't get a notification, Karen. That's right, May May. See, and then we get into the Dawn saying someone was on the hill touching the kids, right? Dawn saying, allegedly, yeah, somebody's been on the hill touching the kids. That kind of turned into that person had been up there for a significant amount of time.
Says he believes someone was lurking at the top of the dog trail, just feet away from the basement door. He says the predator somehow managed to snatch Summer, then raced down the steep hill as she struggled.
I guess you guys want to walk down through here?
How do your daughter's missing, and you are going to come out and speak about a hand being placed over her mouth, stifling her cries, right? Taking Summer down a dog trail.
The trail was not an easy walk. To get down the rugged hill, Wells and I had to hold on to trees. I struggled not to trip or even fall on tree roots.
And you can slide a little bit.
So the dogs kind of came down this trail here.
Yeah.
It's pretty steep.
Yeah. And I didn't know the dogs even had a trail down through here until the police dogs followed it all the way to the road.
Wells,
I didn't know that there was even a dog trail. Right? For sure. Hey, everybody coming in.
says he overheard authorities say search dogs followed Summer's scent down the trail to the road before losing it.
Now, wait, because if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, I am wrong sometimes, Jody laid the claim that she is the one that told Dawn about the dog trail. That is out there somewhere.
He painted a vivid picture of a kidnapping, telling me a neighbor likely heard Summer scream.
I think whoever grabbed her probably had her mouth covered, and I think she was gasping for air by the time she got down through here somewhere, because our neighbor heard a scream, a really funny scream. I think they just carried her to a vehicle and threw her in there and took her somewhere far away from here.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson has not publicly commented on specifics of the case until now. I asked Sheriff Lawson about Wells' claims. Did dogs follow Summer's scent down the trail to the main road? The sheriff says yes.
Thank
The
you,
dogs had a
Sage.
pretty good trail, a track for a little while, but then it disappeared. But they lost scent when they come to the road. And sometimes canines, they will lose the scent when it changes different type, where they maybe went from the gravel to the pavement.
And did a neighbor hear a scream?
Best I recall, it's been a couple months ago. I think that was unfounded.
Wells tells me the family home on Ben Hill Road is surrounded by drug dealers and buyers.
You get all kinds, with the drug trade, and we've seen quite a bit of stuff surrounding the meth thing. We've parked our neighbors caught them parked at our road in our driveway in the middle of the night or early in the morning and stuff like that, and run them off, and they get mad and they raise Cain, and we've had quite a bit of problems.
But Sheriff Lawson tells me Wells lives on a quiet street.
I've heard rumors of, there.
Listen to what Lawson says. Okay. Dawn even said something about the dogs in this. Hold on. I need to put my other ear pod in so I can hear better. I need to go to the ear doctor. I am just a messed up person. My eyes are going bad. My hearing's going bad. Hello, Karen.
There is maybe a drug dealer on that road, but it's just like anywhere. Ben Hill Road is no different than any other roads in Hawkins, Sullivan, or any other county, as far as even Knox County. We all have drug problems, but no, that's not that problem. That's not correct either.
So you guys heard what he said, right? Because, a lot of people said he claimed there was not any issue of substances in the area. That is not what I heard him say. I heard him say that, it's a problem, but it's a problem that's going on everywhere. That's the way I took it. Karen. I've never heard that, ma'am. And I've listened to the dispatch call 1,000 times.
And as far as even Knox County, we all have drug problems, but no, that's not that problem. That's not correct either.
It's not like a hot spot.
No, it's not a hot spot. I mean, it's a dead end road. So
yes, you're a blessing,
there's very
May.
little traffic, if any.
Don Wells says he doesn't know why anyone would take his daughter, but isn't shocked by the disappearance of a child.
There's a lot of missing children.
But Sheriff Lawson says children don't just go missing.
No, they don't.
Especially in Hawkins County.
No, ma'am, we don't have any other missing children.
At Summer's Hilltop home, Wells showed me a refrigerator he says Summer played on.
I don't know what else she did, but I was, what in the world is that?
And we walked to Summer's swing. This is her favorite.
That's her favorite. Yeah, she liked to twirl.
Don Wells is pleading for his daughter's return.
Whoever has her will have mercy, and please let her come home.
Sheriff Lawson says investigators remain committed to finding Summer.
Everyone in Summer's case is still a suspect.
We say person of interest.
Don Wells tells me he didn't know the dog trail existed until after Summer disappeared.
Erica, you've talked to Summer's mother before as well. She was not a part of this story. Where was she when you were doing these interviews?
Candace Bly was at the home during the interview, but she didn't want to talk and she stayed inside.
What about this, Erica? Does the sheriff still believe that the public can help find Summer?
Sheriff Lawson says he wants people in the Beach Creek area to keep looking for signs of summer, especially pieces of clothing that could still turn up in fields. Investigators also need help finding that red Tacoma truck seen in the area near the time of Summer's disappearance. It has a ladder rack and white buckets in the bed.
Still haven't found that. All right, Eric.
Okay, so
Is talking.
Hold on. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel on that. Okay, so when they did the WJHL interview, they absolutely knew that Jody's mother had a truck like that, but they wanted to act like they didn't. Okay. Yes, walking away from her home. Walking away from her home. Thank you, CM. The only interview that I keep looking for that I can't come across again is when Leslie Earhart spoke about the 7 o'clock time frame. The 7 o'clock time frame. Okay, let me get this in chat really quick. I really want you guys to hear this. Okay, we're going to hop over to an interview that Duty Ron did with a retired New York City medical examiner. Let's take a listen. Hey, the mouse. Yes, Ronnie Lawson did say that the siblings said they last seen her going out the door. Well, they said her swing, right? Something like that.
Directing them to the TBI. I'm redirecting them to the FBI. But I've got so much email and inquiries about a particular photograph of Summer Wells. It's a photograph that most of you are going to know about, and that's the whole focus of this live stream. She's in the backseat of her mom's car with a seatbelt on, propped up against 2 one-gallon containers of milk. And it's been said, and this is just a rumor, that she was deceased in this photograph. And that has been swirling in the Facebook news groups. It's been swirling on Twitter. It's been swirling in YouTube land on people's community posts. And I called Barbara purposely. Now, I hope Barbara doesn't block my phone after this, but I called her. She might. If she does, I know where she lives now. I'll come back now. But I called her because I want to go to an expert. And I asked Barbara, would you please take a peek at this photograph? And she kindly said, yes, Duty Ron, I'll look at it. Send it to me. So, Barbara, I'm going to put this photograph up, and I want you to just you take it from there. I'm going to put it up, and I'll go full screen on it so everyone has a good view. Can you see this good, Barbara?
Yes, that's perfect right there. Yeah, just come in another little notch there, Ron.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. I think you have to look at the evidence, right? And the evidence, the best evidence is the little girl's color. Her lips are rosy pink. Her color is good. There's a slight blush in her cheek.
I want you guys to look at this picture. Before this, Summer allegedly had her hands up behind her head sleeping.
And her eyes don't have that bluish tinge, the eyelids that they sometimes get where the skin is so thin that in a deceased person, without blood, you're seeing a very pale, almost blue look. Now, I see that her temples on, bilaterally there, they're shaded a tiny bit. And that is, so I think some people have, indented the sides of their skulls here. I know I do. A lot of people have that. And I think that's between that and the shadow of her hair. That's what you're seeing. I don't, I don't call that bruising or anything else. The other thing to notice is her little hands.
It's so easy to become a podcast.
Hold on. And I checked into turning the ads off, and you have to have YouTube Premium, I believe. So we're doing commercials, y'all.
Hands curl up and then they kind of jump, and it looks like she's just sort of fallen asleep, dozed off on the milk.
I've joined you here, Barbara, not to cut you off, because I wanted to point out these areas on the temple right here that I have my cursor going around. I know it's hard to see, but here on right and left, the right and left temple area, this is some of the areas that people homed in on. And with conversations that I saw, they said, this looks like bruising here. Now, it's consistent on both sides. And I don't know if this was from a day or an hour at the watering hole, or if this is something that is normal for her. But you as a professional here, you don't see anything with that, right?
No, you're seeing the shadow of her temples, and you're seeing the shadow of her hair, and the particular turn of the lighting. As you can see right over her forehead there, right over her bangs, there's a dark, shadow over her hair. Okay. I couldn't possibly call that an injury looking at this photograph, but her position, her neck, if she were dead, you would see a sag at the angle of her neck there, but she's not. She's propped against the milk container because that's how she conked out.
So the sag would be down here by her. If we're standing behind her, it would be her right cheek here, right?
Yeah, just in from there, just down toward the shoulder.
Right, between the milk, the red sign on the carton, and here at the shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd see more her, I think you'd see her neck sagging more, because if she would truly limp, truly dead.
Right.
And I mean, then someone could say, oh, well, perhaps she's got rigor mortis. Perhaps she died in this particular position. And that doesn't seem likely at all. She's laying exactly on those milk containers, the way her shoulder fits over the bottom container there. This, to me, looks just like a little girl who fell asleep in the car.
What about her hands here? This is another point. I was paying attention to the...
This is just me. I don't think that's a stain. I think that's where her little jacket is kind of pulled up a little bit on the end. And I think that it makes it look like a stain. But that's my opinion, right? Also, them stating that she was sitting in the middle. Grandma had this other stuff on the back passenger side seat. So that is why when they reference Summer was sitting in the middle, that is why she was sitting in the middle seat. In my opinion, anyway.
Misinformation. But, because I'm not an expert in death investigations, I couldn't chime in. Now, it looks like her right hand here is semi-open. I've got the cursor down by it. I don't know if you could see it.
Yeah.
This is like a semi-curved shape. Is that a normal shape for someone who is not deceased or someone who is deceased?
Sure. Kids, if you watch children, their little hands sort of fall down and fall curled, closed, and then they'll sort of be startled when they wake up a half a bit. And then that looks perfectly normal to me. How old is she? She's 5 years old, right?
5, Barbara. And her right hand looks to be just...
Are you talking about right here? You think that's an arm? I think that's something behind the seat. CM, my opinion is I do not believe that's an arm. I think it was, maybe a brown manila envelope. Maybe a piece of the cardboard box or something. But that's just me. Yeah, it could be a board. Absolutely, 120. Absolutely. Hey, Karen with the C. Yeah, I think the jacket's just puckered there at the end.
just like resting, kind of.
Yeah.
Little, the pinky and the index the fingers a little bit outward, but it looks like her middle fingers and everything is kind of a little clenched up there. But this is what you would classify as a normal young,
Sure.
5-year-old.
Barbara, can I just ask a question here?
Sure.
You gave several indicators of life, and maybe you gave one or two maybe indicators of death, which was the sagging of the neck and the position she's in. If she was dead for say an hour or more, give us some more indicators of death that you would see that you're not seeing here.
Yeah, Bill. Just to be clear, I was saying that the fact that her neck is not sagging at that angle,
right, is a sign of life. But if it was sagging, that would be a sign of death.
Yes.
I'm just asking you to give us more indicators of death. If say she was, for argument's sake, she was dead for an hour or two, what other indicators would we see in this picture that we're not seeing?
If she were dead for an hour or less and had not been in a struggle, because as you know, struggling brings on rigor mortis more quickly. It's a chemical reaction in the muscles. So if she had been dead, for an hour, I would expect her skin to have that. It's a pale, waxy hue. There's a blue tinge to it sometimes too, depending on how they die. But
is that adipocere? Is that what you're referring to?
No, it's part of liver mortis. The blood would drain out of her face.
So part of lividity, which would maybe show on the right side of her face.
And I am just going to say, trigger warning, everyone. Discussing this case, you have to continuously say trigger warning. Now, think about it. Unless she was given substances, and that I don't think it can be confirmed if in this picture there could have been something given to her or not, that might put her to sleep. I don't think anyone can say that. There's no way that any child, in my opinion, even a baby, is going to lay there and let someone just take their life without putting up a fight.
Right, lividity. Yeah, if you would see blood settling there on that right side.
Barbara, I want to ask you quickly, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I really am. This is another thing, and I want to get it out because I know you got to go and you have limited time. Her right finger here, where my cursor is, and I know it's hard for you to see it, but I did send it to you to your phone. This picture, It looks to be there's like dirt or dirty hands. She was just playing at a watering hole where there's probably a lot of dirt and mud. There were some people that were saying her fingernails looked like they were, bluish tinge to it. I don't see that. It's grainy when we zoom in. But do you still have it on your phone where you can take a look?
Yeah. Let me just I can zoom it up.
Yeah, it looks at the base of the fingernail on her right hand at the thumb, and underneath the fingernails, it looks like what I would see here. It looks like dirt. I don't see any type of tinge.
Yeah, it looks like ordinary 5-year-old's hands to me. Just a little dirty.
Okay.
I couldn't possibly call that purple.
Okay.
As in bruised, but no, if she had been dead for an hour, we'd see some settling of blood. We'd see that white, waxy, almost bluish tinge to the skin. The eyes could be closed, open, or most commonly, they're just a little bit open.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and end that. Go check that out, you guys. I really prefer to show law enforcement agencies or someone I feel definitely knows what they're talking about covering this case. Now, this is just Evil Exist. Evil Exist has a lot of content out. Let me get their link in. Again, I apologize. Usually I've got them in my description. And I didn't this time. This is a text. This is the June 4th text. Okay? The June 4th text that almost mirrored the June 15th text between Candace and Hunter. June 4th at, it looks like 3:41 p.m.
By the lovely Emma from Crime Stories Obsessed that Dawn sent her about 10 weeks ago. This screenshot raised many, many red flags.
Okay, Emma does have this. Credit to Emma.
For me. On the day Summer went missing, we were told, was the 15th June 2021, her grandmother was in the hospital. While they were waiting for Grandma, H and Candace had some communication, and then Candace decided to go over to H's house, while they wait for Grandma Candy to finish at the hospital. A lot of confusion over who opened the line of communication first, as H and Candace say they've not been in contact for months before the 15th June. Here comes the problem now. The screenshot that Dawn sent to Emma says they had contact on the 4th June 2021. Let's analyze it line by line. It shows a video call from Candace to H at around 3:41 p.m. on June 4th. The call lasted just over a minute. H then texted and said yo, and then Candace replied yo. H said she should come visit. It is possible that she explained on the video call that she was waiting for her mother at the hospital, and that is why he suggested they come visit him while they wait. Candace then says, after she gets Grandma, meaning Grandma Candy from the hospital. She then asks whether H's grandma went with him or stayed with Allie. Where is H at this point? I thought he was at home. He replies stayed with Allie, and then Candace says oh okay. Now, I want to ask you.
See, that's very interesting. This is a June 4th text. So, where was H?
How is it possible?
Oh, maybe he was at his grandma's.
Situation that they explained went down on the 15th June 2021 happened 11 days earlier. Grandma at the hospital, H says Candace must visit, asks about H's grandma, etc. All of that supposedly happened on the 15th June, the day Summer apparently went missing.
That's right.
This is extremely confusing now.
Very much
Why
so.
is the date showing the 4th June 2021?
And it's like, from the beginning, they absolutely tried to confuse everybody, right? They tried to confuse everybody. Let's hop over to the interview room. And I'll tell you why in just a second that, oh Lord. The interview that Chris McDonough had with Jose meant a little bit more to me than the interview that he did with Clutch Them Pearls, only because Chris McDonough did not pay or give Jose anything for this interview. Okay, that's not the way that it works. Okay, so without further ado, I will be commentating on this. I'm a commentator and I give my opinion. We do know that October, was it the 21st? I can't remember the exact date. There was a serious situation that happened at 110 Ben Hill Road. Don, says he went back home. He loved his woman. He thought she was messing around with Jose. And after being there a couple days, they all started partaking of the alcohol. There was a huge fight. He threw a beer bottle at Jose. It hit the wall. We are not forgetting. What I don't want people to forget, The children were there. The children were there. Candace was concerned Don was going to hurt her friend. We know that she filed a restraining order, which she later, was like, no, I don't want that. Your Honor, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. If you ever listen to Don Wells, everything that transpires is everyone else's fault. And Candace, out of her love for Donnie, told the judge that she over exaggerated the situation. Okay. Grandma took Jose to, what was it, South Carolina, North Carolina, whatever. Okay, so hold on. Oh, Chris has got a commercial too. Hold on there. Okay. Now, Jose kind of goes in and out. That is Jose, my friends. Okay. I mean, I kind of sounds like it, doesn't 120 acres for sure. Okay, let's get Jose up here. Now, Jose, there's a problem, and they have to pretty much have him call Josh, but we'll get started here. Okay, this is the interview room. This is no, Justin, no. Okay, here we go.
We're here to clear some of that up as well. Yeah, so without further ado, we'll bring Jose up. Jose, ¿qué pasó, amigo?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm hanging in there. Very stressed.
That is Jose,
Okay, so
gentlemen.
Are you in a? Okay, are you going to be in a place? And I know you're going to maybe come in and out here. So what we want to do is kind of mitigate that as much as possible, so that we can have a pretty straight up conversation here about summer, about some of the information that's floating out there.
May. Threatening television stations isn't going to, in my opinion, get what you want. Even though you are not here in the States, sending your letter to TBI is an okay thing. Yes, Justin, I said no. I know, that is all he ever asked May.
And one of the things that we kind of want to just kind of do a baseline here, right? Just who's Jose, and from there we kind of want to dovetail it into what you remember, and so I just kind of want to start at the end of when you left 110 Ben Hill Road, and then we're going to reverse it for a second, and we're gonna go back to the beginning. Okay, but give me an idea, to the best of your recollection. And you know me, you and I have been going back and forth a couple of times. And am I a straight shooter with you so far?
Absolutely.
Okay, and I've held you accountable on some things, haven't I?
Correct.
Okay, so that said, we are all here tonight for one purpose. And that purpose is the truth. And so, kind of sugarcoating things, or if you don't remember, just say, I don't remember. Okay. But at the same time, if you do remember and you don't share it, okay, that's not real good either, right?
Okay, so Candace allowed him to come up to her home. She didn't know Jose. She did not know him. Allegedly never talked to him before. He comes up to her home, and he's there for a good little amount of time, right? But yet when she does the interview with Chris McDonough, she acts like she doesn't know who Jose is. She acts like she doesn't know who Jose is.
You know, because ultimately what we're trying to do here is narrow down a scope of time. And then in relationship to that scope of time, some of the behavioral analysis aspect of Summer. And I don't want to go into heavy duty, you know, big time, you know, essay stuff. We all know that exists. Am I right or wrong? With Dawn.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In that aspect, Don Wells, you know, he's got a red flag sticking out the top of his head.
Would that be an accurate statement?
Yeah, I'm still figuring that out now. Like, with everything coming out, it's more of a shocker to me right now. I mean, it's not a shock, but it's, you know, because I didn't realize it was
That's where it starts going bad.
I knew he was a bad guy. I just didn't know it was this horrible the way it was coming out and everything. That's when I knew, like, it's bad, like real bad. Like, this guy's been doing this for years.
Now, this is the thing. If you suspect that there's SA going on with a child in their home, and you're just learning about it now, we know Jose was watching YouTube. You know, he was kind of led in that direction. And now he's saying, I didn't know it was that bad. What? What?
A couple of years. He's been basically doing it all his life. So,
Okay. So also one other thing, if you want to just talk, let's see if that saves some bandwidth on your phone.
yeah, I just wanted everyone to see that it's really me, you know, not someone faking my voice or something.
It's really Jose.
That it is me.
Right. I think you're in a bad spot. Real fast. Hang on.
Okay, hold
Hang
on.
on for a minute.
It's Jose Roman, not Ramon.
Okay, Roman. Got it. Thank you for correcting me.
Jose Roman.
Yes.
Okay, well, we get that set up, folks.
Like Roman candle.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to create a banner here.
I'll slow it down in just a second.
Okay, Jose, go ahead and drop off, and I will. I will call you, and we'll run you through phone line.
Okay, let's get him back. He calls.
Okay, so while Josh is
he calls
setting us up there, just in.
Hang on, commercial. Commercial.
I want to ask you, and this is why I want to start here. In that truck ride, tell me about Grandma.
Tell me about Grandma.
No, pretty much we're just talking normal things and just discussing on what happened with Dawn and, you know, her concerns about him coming.
Well, don't forget, Jose says that he went in that bathroom, he took Summer out of that shower and, you know, told Dawn that it wasn't cool, that he was taking a shower with Summer, right?
Back home.
And break that down.
So she's always had problems with him, always. They always were bumping heads. You know, she said he's a control freak. He manipulates her. He's always angry. You know, every time they want certain foods or whatever to make in the house, he'd just rather spend dollar things and just drink all the time. And when I was looking at her, you know, I asked her, I was like, has he always been like this? And she said, yeah, he's never changed it. He said he's going to change, and he would change for like maybe a good week or two, but then automatically he's right back in it again.
See, and that's what I don't understand. Like I said, you know, in my opinion, she talked to Benny, she talked to Ernie, told them all kinds of things about Dawn, their marriage, the relationship, messed up stuff that Dawn was doing. I mean, Benny pretty much seen that on his own. And she did it also with Jose. She did it with Jose too. So I don't understand why she is even with him. He'd have better off at a homeless shelter. He took advantage and just flopped there like all the other questionable. You know what? I don't agree with that. I don't agree that he took advantage of it. You can't take advantage of someone that allows you to come and stay at their property. Candace could have said no. Candace could have said no. Don't ever forget about that. And, you know, her, having Jose there for emotional support, how is that his fault? How is that his fault, right? Now, for real. Candace feels sorry, pay attention to me routine.
And I was like, wow. And I just most of the time I was just begging her to try her best for him not to go back in that house, you know, to make sure that the order of protection goes through and just keep him away, you know, as best as she can. And she was like, I will, I swear, I promise you, I will do my best. That was her exact words to me.
Does that surprise anybody? Does that really surprise anybody? I'll do my best, Jose. I'll do my best to get this man away from my children. Right? Holes drilled all over the floor so the heat could rise. Okay, but why would there be a hole in the wall then? Right? Oh, I agree with you there. I agree with you there. Nobody on that hill gets a pass but the kids.
How long did it take to get from Tennessee to Rock Hill, do you think, if you remember?
Almost 4 hours. I drove it.
About
I'm
4
the
hours.
one who drove there. Yeah, I'm the one who drove her truck there, and she drove it back home.
Okay.
And is that because they wanted you to leave?
No, that was my complete decision. It was enough because my concern was if he entered back the home and I was there, one of us was not going to come out walking.
Jose saying that Don wasn't like, get him out of here. Right? Jose was like, I'm gone. I'm gone. Big time problems are coming my way if I stay here. And I've already got some mental problems going on. Right?
Okay, and we can get into that later if necessary. So one of the in that 4 hours though, what was Grandma's state of mind?
AI is trying.
Hold on. I'm sorry, you guys. I just can't afford the YouTube premium stuff.
And what was yours?
Anger, frustration, depression, anxiety. I just had a whole bunch of emotions going through.
At that time, you had a plate full of.
That's what we were talking about prior, May. There was a hole in the wall, and the kids could look through that hole and see what was going on. And Killer Looks has a video out. You guys can go find it. I don't know which one it exactly is. I don't know if I put it on my watch later list or not. And he shows where that hole is. I never heard that. I never heard Allie say she wanted alone time with Jose. What she said was she could take him to her house because she had individuals living there. So she could not take Jose to her house.
Emotional dynamics, would that be an accurate assessment, or you tell me?
Jose initially went up on the hill because of Allie, not because of Candace. Okay? Allie messed around with him when the kids were asleep, she said, right? In the middle of the night, you know, I'm guessing nobody could hear.
Yeah, I was suicidal. I'm full-blown alcoholic.
Trigger warning.
Yeah, I had it real bad.
Okay. And a lot of that came.
Reason.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was my reason for leaving New York when I did. It was just too much. And
too much in New York. So let's go to the holler, right? Where the drama is probably, you know, ranked up to 1,000.
The doctors that I had spoken to, it was a panel of them.
A panel of doctors, which seems to me that professionally, a whole panel of doctors, right? Yes, the alcohol continued. A whole panel of doctors.
They all agreed. And they were like, you need to leave. This place is a trigger. It, you know, it triggers you. And as long as you stay, you're not going to get better.
Mm-hmm.
So I took their advice and I did it.
And at that point in your life, you really weren't an altar boy, were you?
No, absolutely not.
Tell me a little bit about that history.
Well, growing up, I had it bad. I'm a SA survivor. When I was, and that went over a course of 2 years. And you know, after that, I was wondering, you know, who I could tell of my family and things, but I felt scared and ashamed of it. So I really kept it to myself.
Many of SA survivors kind of have the, you know, same basic story. And that is very sad that, you know, he went through those things and didn't feel like he could really speak to anyone about it. I think a lot of us survivors felt the same way. Either the possibility was that, you know, whoever you told didn't believe you. Many victims also were shunned by family. And what I mean by that is they know that uncle so-and-so, brother, daddy, whatever the case may be, females also, they do say something, and instead of getting the help and seeing the perpetrator, you know, pay for what they did, the family will shun a victim. And that is very sad. That is something that stays with a victim for forever and ever.
And then hitting middle school and stuff, I started to lash out, started running away, hanging out with the wrong people. And I wound up starting to sell drugs. And I wound up dropping out of high school on my senior year. At that time, I started to sniff coke and I was smoking weed and drinking.
Trigger warning.
And then I was also selling at the same time. And then I wound up getting arrested. And I wound up getting charged with possession of a controlled substance with the intent of sale. And I wound up getting 3 separate charges for that. And they gave me 3 years running consecutively. and I wound up being sentenced to C-76 in Rikers Island.
That's kind of
Prison. For what? Substances.
a combat.
While I
That's
was-
kind of a gladiator school, isn't it? Rikers.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
that's
it
a
is.
rough. It's a rough place. Go ahead.
While I was there, I got sexually assaulted there by 6 men. I was still not even an adult. I was like 18, 19, somewhere around there. And I was assaulted there. And then when I got released, I met my ex-wife. And things seemed to be a little better with her. I wound up marrying her, and we had 3 children.
What? What, Sipsy? You ask, are you stupid? Who does that? I'm not reading that right, I hope.
Once my children were born, I just completely stopped because I was just afraid that if I kept doing what I was doing, somebody else was going to raise them. And somebody else was going to be called dad instead of me. So it kind of like straightened me out and kept me walking that real fine line. And, with everything that happened with me in the past, it was more of, I don't want to return back to prison,
Right.
So I just try to keep a straight line as best as I could.
I think also that might have been one of Don's concerns too. I think that the relationship that Jose was beginning to have with Summer, Don's pride and joy, he loved her more than anything. She loved her daddy. I truly believe that's why he hightailed it home, is because Summer was being taken care of by another man.
When you got out, how long did you stay clean?
So I've been clean since I came out.
Okay, so you were 18. Is that right? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
No, I was when I got released, I was almost 20.
Okay,
when I had gotten released.
What did you do? 3 years out of
Jose said he's been clean since he got out. But we know that there was a little bit of drinking going on at 110.
It was 3 years, but it was 1 year charge. And the judge basically wasn't hearing anything, and he was like, "You're gonna do them consecutive. I'm not gonna run them at the same time."
Okay.
And so it was basically you do 1 year. It's like they release you, but they don't. Then they send you back. You do your other year. Then they release you, but they don't, and then you do your final year. And that's how it was.
Yeah.
And that is factual. A lot of people who done substances in their life, maybe was addicted to the Coca-Cola, at some point, maybe the Mathalaca or whatever the, DOC was, they really never considered alcohol. So, them partaking of alcohol, to them, they were clean. The alcohol did not count.
And that's the time they were stacking sentences, is what that's called. And that's you're going to do a little more time. So when you get out, obviously, there came a point. Josh, you have any thoughts on what I've asked so far?
No, not so much. I just can you clarify one thing? I guess is that when you said how long did you stay clean, and you said you'd been clean when you came out, you've been
Since
clean.
I've been out of prison. Yeah, since I've been out of prison, I've been clean since then.
So no drinking, no alcohol.
No, I literally just stopped all of that. All I did was really smoke cigarettes.
Okay, but then later on in life, you had a struggle again. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. But no, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, so at some point you come across, let's jump forward here for a minute. Now you're married, you got kids, all the other stuff, your life is, somewhat it'd be a roller coaster. Would that be a pretty good description of what's going on in your surroundings, your environment, and your life as a whole?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, and by the way, I want to give, we got to make sure that our members in our chat and our subs, from both channels, we just want to give you a trigger warning. If any of this, in any way, shape, or form is causing you anxiety or,
I
any
agree.
type of problem, just maybe this is a time for you to step back.
I agree.
We'll come back to it at a later point, but we just want to be sensitive and considerate to you as well. Because at some point, it would be an accurate assessment, right, Jose, that you get to a point where you have multiple relapses, and then somehow you end up a friend of the H's dad up in New York, right? You had moved out of the city into the suburbs pretty much, hadn't you?
Yes. That
Okay.
was my mother's
And-
decision when my mother was alive. She was like,
Okay.
you had it rough, everything that happened, I don't want my grandbabies to be affected. And pretty much me and my ex-wife agreed. We went up there to go visit. We liked it, and we decided to just move out there.
Okay. So break that down for us. Who did you end up meeting up there?
Here we go.
And how did that all kind of unpack?
This is Jose's story on his going from New York to Tennessee.
I met Andrew probably about maybe 4 or 5 years after I had moved up there. I had met Andrew, and he seemed a pretty okay guy. He didn't seem like out of the ordinary at the time. I didn't see him using drugs. He did drink once in a while when he goes camping or barbecues and things like that. But
Andrew would tell you that he really didn't know Jose, that Jose stayed with Jeffy or whatever.
never to the extreme. And he
What do
seemed
you
like
mean?
a pretty good guy. Well, because, the way he looks now, it looks like he's on something now or constantly drinking.
Dang.
He looks like he's under a lot of
I didn't say it. He said it.
problems and depression right now.
Okay, so
especially with his son.
Yeah, I really don't want to go there with him. What I want to do is kind of figure out, how did you end up, kind of
Good for you,
guys
Chris.
mixing together, and somehow you ended up down at 110 Ben Hill Ben Hill Road. You ended up in Tennessee. Tell me about those dynamics. And let's get a little nitty gritty there in terms of
Let's get
what was going on. Why all of a sudden there's this move to go down to Tennessee with how many people, by the way?
Here we go.
Okay, so it was Andrew, his wife, I believe, his 2 children. Then it was Jeff and his woman, and I believe her 3 children. And it was me as well. And then 2 other people came. Those were Jeff's friends that he worked with the husband. And the wife, he wound up befriending the wife as well. And they were the ones who actually rented the van and the truck to go down to Tennessee.
That's a lot of freaking people. I'm just saying.
Okay, and what's the goal?
That's how that was. They said they had a place down there. I was already going through problems, and
right.
I just had begged Jeff, basically, like, Jeff, please, if you're going down there, just take me with you. I'm waiting for my contract to go back to work, because I was, working out of state at the time, and it was only seasonal. So.
And what were you doing?
I was a seafood processor on a fishing boat in Alaska.
Okay.
He worked on a boat, seafood processing.
Okay.
And I just had to wait for my paperwork to come back for, to go back to work. And during the time it's COVID, so you also needed a special letter from them, stating that I was deemed an essential employee for me to be able to move freely. and to travel to go back and forth to work. So, and plus my new contract, because the contracts were based on 4 to 5 months, out of the year. It depends on what season you chose to pick. So that's all I was really waiting for. But because I was there, I was just so depressing, and I'm drinking and just crying. And all I was thinking about was just offing myself, as you can say, just
Trigger warning.
calling it quit.
So, Jose, when
I'm standing in front of a public school, which is just.
Oh, I apologize for the commercials, you guys.
leaving there, you were the one that asked to go along when they were leaving
Correct.
for Tennessee. What was in their plan? You said they had a house down there.
Yeah, that they already had a house waiting for them. Jack already had his transfer came in from the Walmart in Gloversville.
So they had the house. I'll just go through this very quickly from what I remember from it, because there's 120,000 different freaking stories. I said 120,000 because I see 120 acres in there stating that it was 12 people. They get in these vehicles. They go all the way to Tennessee. Andrew wants to be close to his son. Bullshit. And they get there. There's nowhere for them to live. The house wasn't waiting on them. And supposedly, Jeff, the transfer that he put in, they didn't even put the transfer in. Wonder how that would have worked out. I don't know.
They had his transfer completed to go to Kingsport to work down there. So he already had a job established there, so
but he
that's
didn't.
when it kicked in my gear. Well, if he's going to be working down there, I could find a little part-time job too until I leave, just to have a little extra money in my pocket. So I never think anything that something was going to go bad. I actually thought everything was already planned out and it was fine until we got down there. And all of a sudden, just everything started to fall apart.
And you were going through a divorce at the time. Is that why you wanted to leave?
Yes.
And also at some point, Jose was living with Jeffy or Jeff, whatever you want to call him. And so I am sure that when Jeff was leaving, Jose was probably kind of freaking out about where he was going to go stay.
Absolutely. I had just been released from basically the mental health ward.
That is the panel of doctors that he spoke to. Obviously, neither Allie nor Candace or Grandma even thought about that, didn't ask about that. I'm not saying that Jose's mental issues would have put any of the children in danger. Don't get me wrong, that's not what I'm saying. But to me, it's a great example of the, what do you want to call it? Lack of putting children as priorities over having a man come around, right? I vote they didn't know, or they would have blabbed it to YouTube. Candace wouldn't have, because she didn't remember him anyway, right?
In Albany Medical in Albany, New York. And I was there for almost 16, 17 days. They had me there. and that panel was the one that suggested that you need to go and don't look back. You have to go because this place is a trigger, and that's all they kept saying, that it's a trigger for me.
And did they actually have a house set up?
As far as I knew, yes. I just didn't know where it was. I just basically went along for the ride. That's what I did. I literally sat in the back of that U-Haul truck. I don't know if it was a U-Haul or Penske, well, one of those trucks. But I was sitting in the couch, locked in the back for almost the majority of the ride.
So at some point you make the destination, and where did you guys?
Darlene, yes. I don't remember their names because I really didn't find, you know, those individuals to be or have anything to do with Summer's case. So I didn't pay much attention to who those people were. But yes, it's been stated previously who everyone was that, you know, took a trip with the crew from New York.
Pull into when you first got to Tennessee? Do you remember?
Yeah, we stopped at the storage where Jeff wanted to put some of the things in storage because they really did have a lot of stuff. So I didn't take it that the house was like real big, but he just wanted to sort some things out. So he was like, I'm just going to get the storage. We put everything here into the storage because the people who had rented the truck and the van, they had to return that back that day. And we knew it was a long ride for them to go back. So when we got there, we parked in front of the storage. We probably waited about an hour.
What? So they rented the U-Haul. They had to have the U-Haul back the same day. So they planned on going back the same day. You guys heard it. You heard it.
In Albany, New York. And I was there for almost 16, 17 days. They had me there. And that panel was the one that suggested that you need to go and don't look back. You have to go because this place.
It would have been Jose. I believe they arrived around September 18th, if I'm correct. And the big fight occurred the end of October, I want to say. Was it the 21st of October? I'm sure somebody knows, Lisa.
This is a trigger. And that's all they kept saying, that it's a trigger for me.
And did they actually have a house set up?
As far as I knew, yes. I just didn't know where it was. I just basically went along for the ride. That's what I did. I literally sat in the back of that U-Haul truck. I don't know if it was a U-Haul or Penske, well, one of those trucks. But I was sitting in the couch, locked in the back for almost the majority of the ride.
So at some point you make the destination, and where did you guys pull into when you first got to Tennessee? Do you remember?
Yeah, we stopped at the storage where Jeff wanted to put some of the things in storage because they really did have a lot of stuff. So I didn't take it that the house was like real big, but he just wanted to sort some things out. So he was like, I'm just going to get the storage. We put everything here into the storage because the people who had rented the truck and the van, they had to return that back that day. And we knew it was a long ride for them to go back.
So out of the kindness of their heart, they rent the U-Haul. They take them all down there. They're throwing shit in storage. And then the people who rented the U-Haul had to take the U-Haul back the same day. Wow, those are some friends, let me tell ya.
So when we got there, we parked in front of the storage.
No.
We probably waited about an hour.
Hey, Sandy, I'm waving. No, that's not. If I remember correctly, I don't believe that was the same day, unless, and I don't know. You know, I've looked at different storage facilities in the area or whatever. And some storage facilities, they also have the U-Haul rental place close to them. So I really don't know.
Hour for it to open. Once it opened, he went in, got the storage. He drove the truck in, and we just unloaded it into a unit. And then they were supposed to leave. And within the time we're unloading, you know, Jeff and Andrew are on their phones. And I guess that's when they found out that the house didn't come through and all this other stuff. They were upset. And then Jeff and Andrew were talking, well, let's find a hotel at least, you know, so we could figure out what we're going to do, because Jeff already had his transfer in and he didn't want to lose it. So me and Andrew, we walked a lot in that beaming sun. I don't know if my shoulders were burned because I had a tank top on. I never will forget that.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, then, the house falls through, or at least it sounds like it's falling through. How does the Wells family come into this? At what point?
So Andrew had called them, like after we unloaded the truck, that we started looking for the hotel room. It must have been our second or third hotel we went to check.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I'm going to call my son's mother. Maybe she might know a hotel, a cheap enough hotel for all of us to get, you know, at least 2-3 rooms for us. And he wound up calling her, and then she was like, "You're here?" And he's like, "Yes, we're here." And then he gave her the directions. Maybe a half hour later, we met her in front of like a Dollar General or something like that.
There you
And it
go.
was like right down the block, the storage. And that's when I first seen them. I didn't actually meet them until we were loading the truck for them to leave. And I said, "I'm not going back." And I was like, "Please talk to your son's mother to see if she can help me find a place out here. You know, I could get a job, I'll pay rent, whatever like that." And that's when she had spoken to Candace.
Allie said that Jose had a job interview the next day. I showed you guys her saying that, right? He had a job interview the next day.
Okay, so this is, when you say seen them, who's them? This is Allie, and who's
Candace? Candace, her mother, Allie, Allie's youngest daughter, and Hunter and Summer.
So everybody meets you guys at this Dollar General store.
There you go again. Where's the boys? Right? Oh, we were just going to be gone a minute.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
And Andrew and them were speaking. I was just by the truck, just sitting down, resting. And we must have been there about a good 2 hours, 2-3 hours. And I'm just sitting there wondering, what are they going to do? You know, because I just came along for the ride. So I didn't put no insight in it. I just zipped up and I just sat there and waited. And that's when Jeff came back and he was like, "We're going back." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, we just got to go back." And I'm like, "But you gave your keys to your apartment and all of this. Like, where are you going to go?" And they're like, "Oh, we'll have somewhere to go when we get back." And I was like, "Well, I don't. Like, I literally left everything over there. I don't want to go back at all." And they were like, "Don't worry, we can try to figure something out for you." So while we were loading the truck, like halfway through it, just my mind was running and running, and I just started to tear up because my depression, anxiety started to kick in real bad, and I was just tearing up, and I began to shake a little, and that's when I said, "Andrew, I'm not going back." And they were shocked, all of them, like, "What?" I said, "I'm not going back." I said, "Please call your baby mother, ask her, just ask her to see what happens."
Call your baby mama. So oh, you guys.
And he wound up calling her, and Candace said yes. And then they wound up turning right back around to come pick.
Candace said yes. Allie was like, but he's mine, bitch. He's mine. But we're going to stay at your house, okay? We're going to have all of our children together. And we'll all just get us a little piece of this hunk of a man. I mean, you hear Grandma wanted him. Candace wanted him. Allie wanted him. There are women like that. They share. Exactly, Sandy. Sharing time. This dude is admittedly saying, I am messed up in the head. I am messed up enough that I spent 17 days in a mental hospital where my doctor said, get out of town. Get out of town. And then he meets Candace and Grandma and Allie. He said they were already there. Yes, thank you, 120 acres. I didn't know if I misheard that or not. So they met at the dollar store. That's what he's saying. They left. And then they're calling them back up. And they're like, oh, my God. You know, what about Jose? Right?
Pick me up to go with them.
Back to New York?
No, Candace and her mother and Allie came to pick me up to go to the Wells house. And Andrew and his family and Jeff and his family, they all returned back to New York. We parted ways right from the storage area. From after they loaded up the truck that I finished helping them, we just split ways. I went with Allie, Candace, and her mother, and everybody else went back to New York.
So I have a question. You know, that corridor right there is, you know, a pretty notorious corridor for mule and dope.
That's right.
Is this a dope run from New York to Tennessee?
No.
Could it be?
No, not that I know of. They knew better than to bring that around me. They knew better. Because I told them, I'm not going to jail for nobody. So I don't want, you know, because a few of them smoked marijuana.
Why would you have to tell them, no, you're not running the dopest. I am not going back to jail for anyone unless that subject was broached, right? You see what I'm saying? That's like Candace telling Hunter, you're not coming to my house. But there's no context to that conversation, right? Candace just automatically, you're not coming to my house, Hunter. I never heard her say, Hunter asked me if he could come to my house. And obviously, nobody was speaking about any dopalopa. So Jose was like, no, you're not bringing the dopalopa.
And, you know, in New York, that's illegal. Not like, you know, in other states where it's legal.
You see,
So
but
it's like, well, we're going to take something to smoke. And even I was like, nah, you're not going to bring that. No. You know, like,
yeah, right.
We got to keep
No, I mean,
everything. You know, they could push you for trafficking. And I was like on them with that. And they were like, you know what, Jose, you're right. And they decided not to bring nothing. We just brought cigarettes, basically. And, you know, snacks and waters for the kids. But
we just brought, you know, cigarettes, basically. It was just, you know, basically.
No, there wasn't no drug run or nothing. That was really out there.
Okay, hang on for a minute. I mean, you made an interesting comment just a second ago. I mean, you said, I'm not going to jail for nobody. Okay, then you told them that. Okay, so so that means at some point you must have observed something that did not fit.
Yeah, I was telling you, marijuana. The marijuana, because they wanted to bring, you know, marijuana with them. And that's what it was. And I was like, no, like, like, no. We're about to cross multiple states. You know, it's already, it's supposed to have it here. you know, and now y'all want to go and drive all the way down there with your little bit of weed, you know, a bowl pack or two or whatever the hell you're smoking, or a blunt or whatever, you know, and I'm like, I don't want to be part of that because of my record from the past. They'll throw me up and you know, they'll lock me up, throw away the key. I was like, no, I'm not going to jail for anybody, please.
But you were in the back of the U-Haul, Jose. All you had to say, I was in the back of the U-Haul. It was everybody else. I was back here by myself. No marijuana in the back of the U-Haul, sir.
You think about this. And that's when they all decided, and they were like, you know what, Jose, you're right.
So it sounds like it was going to be a drug run, though.
No, it wasn't not to bring drugs down there. It was for them to smoke on the way down.
Got you.
You know, it wasn't no like massive like delivery thing. No, it was their personal thing for them to smoke for themselves. You know, whenever we had a pit stop or something like that, I guess.
Right.
And I was like, no, just don't bring it. You know, we don't know what's gonna happen. And that was my main concern.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I don't know how it was back in that year with a lot of people not dealing marijuana, but you know, I know that I can't remember, and I would have to go look. I'm not going to go look, but you know, you can get caught with a certain amount of marijuana on you. Now you will only get a ticket. What you don't want to do is get pulled over and roll the window down, and the cop and you know gets a contact high from the marijuana, because then you might get a driving under the influence charge for sure. Yes, Jose, he was just an all-around good guy, wasn't he? He cooked, he cleaned, took care of the kids. He did get him a job, though, right?
So let's go then to what date was that approximately, if you remember? And I know it's been a while.
Yeah, that I do not know. I don't remember the exact date. And that's what I've been telling everyone. I really don't remember the exact date. I didn't even remember the exact date I left until I went into my bank statement.
I showed you guys the exact date that they left. Andrew's wife had pulled up a picture of the cat on the phone. Okay. If I remember correctly, September 18th.
You know, and I'm like,
okay, that's cool.
You just go in there, and I'm like, whoa, oh, okay, this is the day I left. So even it was a surprise to me, even.
Okay. Well, we can pin that down later on here. Let's keep moving though. So you're there, they show up, and you see Summer. Is that the first time you see Summer?
Yes, absolutely. She actually walked up to me and shook my hand and introduced herself.
Oh, really?
But I didn't think Summer talked to strangers. She shook his hand and introduced herself. But I thought, okay, so she shook your hand, introduced herself, and that was before they came back and got you and took you home, right? Because Allie, Grandma, and Candace came back to get you, right?
And that is first time, and you know, and I remember that because Candace had told Summer, you just walk up to a stranger and say hi, and Summer's like, he looks nice. That's exactly what she said, and they just all started laughing.
He looks nice. He looks nice. But Summer wouldn't go up to a stranger, right? She wouldn't go up to somebody that she would think looked nice. Oh.
So at that point, when you first meet her, Candace's response is you just walk up, say hi. So, right, like any other 4-year-old or 5-year-old at that point, right? At
that time, I think she was like 3.
3.
Well, that can't be true. That can't be accurate.
3 or 4, I believe. 3 or 4 years old.
Ghost your ROI.
Ah.
Because this
Okay.
February she should have been 6. She should be
Okay.
6. 'Cause her birthday just passed. So last year she would have been
Maybe
5,
about
and the
4.
year I was, yeah, about 4. Yes.
So you,
'Cause her
but you're at
birthday
the house.
just
Well,
passed February 4th.
Yes.
yeah, I don't
4.
want this to get confusing real fast. So I want to
Yeah.
stay
Oh yeah,
focused here.
absolutely.
Okay. I want to stay focused. So she's about 4. Okay. And
Mhm.
that's your first impression of her in relationship to her, you know, being outgoing. She just walks right up to you, introduces herself or something to that effect.
Mhm.
Is that accurate? Is what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. From that point, what happened? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Hello? Can you repeat that again? You cut off.
Now Chris is stuck.
The question was from that point on. So what happened after that? After she introduced herself to you?
Not much really. I got to Andrew introduced me to Candace, to the grandmother, and to Allie. I wound up meeting Hunter for the first time there as well, and Allie's youngest daughter I met there, and we introduced ourselves. And
Hold on, I muted my damn self like I always do. So Candace already was familiar with Andrew and vice versa enough that Andrew introduced you to Candace, and is that how that went? I'm just asking. I don't know. Dang it.
Andrew was explaining to them, what I was going through with my divorce, and and he's really having it rough. He needs help. He doesn't want to go back. And Candace was like, he could stay in my place. I got an extra room. And she even offered for all of them to stay, but they all said no. They wanted to go back. And I was like, I'm just going to stay. I'm just going to rug it up, wait for my contract, and go.
So the story that went around that, they decided they didn't want to stay at Candace's because of the, nasty environment. When did they see Candace's domain? Because, he's saying that, later, 120. Thank you for coming in. Be careful running. Be careful doing your running, girl. Don't trip over nothing, okay?
That's it. So we wound up getting into the truck, and we were just there. They drove. I'm just looking at the scenery and stuff. And Hunter was next to me, and Summer was leaning up on Hunter, and he was on his phone. And then Allie's youngest daughter was in the back seat as well, and I was pinched up to the door. And then the 3, Candace, her mother, and Allie were in the front of the truck, and that's where they sat. And they were just asking me, what kind of work I did and things like that. Just, I guess, getting to know me.
You there, Chris? You might be having some technical.
So, Spread Love, you were in an environment where you seen Summer in the store more than one time. You made eye contact. Why would she back away and seem bashful? Did you approach her in some way? Did you approach her in some way that she would back away?
Problems. I don't know if you guys can hear me or see me. I think
we got you now.
Froze.
I think he's working through some. So what was your initial impression of them, and had you seen the house prior to them inviting you?
No, I didn't see the house prior. No. And my first impression was they were nice. That was my first impression.
I think Jose would have thought they were nice any type of way because he didn't want to go back to New York.
And
you know, and Andrew kept telling them, you know, he's really going through a lot, you know, try to be easy with him, you know, and he was explaining to them about, you know, me trying to commit suicide and all of that. So they knew already, you know, before I entered the home, my personal problem already. And Andrew was like, you know, he just doesn't want to go back because he doesn't want to feel like that anymore. And they were like, it's understandable. And, you know, Allie was, that's why I left Gloversville. You know, it was too depressing over there. So I moved down here.
Gloversville, New York is supposed to be a really depressing place. You can Google or pull up on YouTube, right? You can pull it up on YouTube. You can definitely put in Gloversville. There's a whole little YouTube video of Gloversville and, you know, its history, etc., etc.
You know, and that's what she wound up doing. And I was like, oh, okay.
And Chris, just to catch up to speed, if you didn't hear, I asked him his initial impression of all of them, and if he had seen the house before he was invited to stay there, and he said no, he has. And for the people just joining us, Jose Roman is with us here on the interview room.
See, this is why Josh is here.
So, did you work at that store, Spread Love? Did you work at that store? I don't know why that was hidden at all. Oh, you were just shopping? I was only asking because, you know, there was a story going around that, you know, Summer wanted some candy or something. And, you know, Candace. Right? Just a question. Did you know who she was? Did you know who she was before she went missing? Spread Love, did you know who Summer was before she went missing?
Boom, right there, buddy. Thank you. You're welcome. You know, the last question I asked was in relationship to out front meeting everybody. And did we get that cleared up as to who was there? And that was going to be my next question. How did we end up at 110 Ben Hill Road? So did you guys already cover that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what was your impression overall of the first meet and greet?
They were nice.
And what was their impression
They
of you?
were. They felt sad for me because of what I was going through. Okay. You know, and they were telling me that, you know, I had my 3 children. I shouldn't be thinking like that, you know, because eventually my children might need me, you know, when they're older. You know, that's the way they were talking to me.
Let me tell you, this is the shit that gets me. Right? You hear Dawn talking about, yeah, I tell people all the time that, you know, they should do this and they should do that and, you know, godly things to do. And Candace is like, I want to help them. I want to help these people. Are you kidding me? All right. I'm getting feisty. Moving on.
On the ride home. Because I was just sitting in the back and I just began to cry, you know, because I'm in the truck and I don't know none of them. It's the first time I ever met them, you know, so it kind of felt uncomfortable a little bit. Mm-hmm. But I started crying, you know,
and whose truck?
See, that's weird to me. He freaking held her while she cried about Dawn. My husband, Jose, Donnie, right? And the dude's got mental problems himself. How the hell did that work out for all of them? Well, we know what the end result of that was, right?
Had said something in Candace's mother's truck, and Hunter had turned to
Is
me
that
and
the
he's
Silverado?
like, "You okay?"
Is
And Hunter had, yeah, he started the initial conversation. He's like, "Jose, you all right?" You know, and that's when, while Candace was driving, she had turned back real quick and looked at me, and she had told her mother and Allie that I was crying in the back, and they're like, "What's wrong?" You know, and I was just,
Wait, where the fuck was Allie sitting? You telling me all three of them women were sitting in the front seat of that truck? Did I hear that wrong? Oh, Jesus. Jesus takes the wheel.
talking, telling them what was going through my mind and stuff, you know? And they were like, "It's hard. We know it, you know, but you got to try to stay focused and things like that." So they seemed real nice.
And around what time in the evening was this?
Messed up people with messed up minds giving advice to other people with messed up minds.
I don't even remember.
Okay, that's cool.
I honestly don't remember.
That's cool. So at some point, do you make it up to the house up there?
Maybe Allie was sitting on Grandma's lap, you know. I heard that, you know, Grandma, you know, might have liked Allie a little bit that way. I heard that. I'm not saying that's true.
Yep.
And what was your?
And I
what was
remember my first was the driveway.
Yeah, that
was
driveway is
my,
something, isn't it?
oh my Lord. So, and it was crazy because Candace tried to go up in the Silverado and the tail kept kicking sideways. And her mother yelled at her, "Didn't I tell you got to put it in 4-wheel drive?" And hearing that, I'm like, "What? You need 4-wheel drive to make it up this driveway?"
Hence, Jody knowing the different vehicles that were going up the driveway to the top of 110.
Because I expected a paved driveway. I wasn't expecting a driveway like that, you know? So
Welcome to the holler hood,
you know,
Jose.
reversing the truck. She put it in 4-wheel and romped it right through, like just put pedal to the metal just to get up to the hill. So as we're pulling up, I remember just seeing the grass taller than summer. Like it was, and the lawnmower sitting there. And they were saying, "Yeah, Hunter is supposed to be doing that." And he's like, "Yeah, but that's a lot, you know?" And he was right. It really was a lot. And he was like, and I was like, "You know what? I'm not doing nothing, so I can help if you want a little help." And he was like,
Spread Love, I think that his ex-wife wasn't allowing him around the kids. He had some serious problems. He had some serious substance problems. And from my understanding, when he passed, it was due to an overdose of substances. From my understanding, I could be wrong. And that is just sad. It is sad.
"Yeah, that'll be great." I was like, "Yeah, why not? Because it'll keep my mind off of things. Just trying to keep my mind busy." So we wind up pulling up, and then I remember seeing Candace's mother's camper and the fridge. And then they had a couple of other things like tires and things like that, like in a little pit or something. And Candace was saying once in a while they'll light that up and burn trash there during the nighttime, so nobody would tell, you know, with the black smoke and things like that. And as we get to the house,
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. There's a lot of people who burn trash at night, so you can't see what color the smoke is, right? For sure. That is a factual statement. I do believe there, Jose.
Where these dogs just swarm the truck and they just barking.
Bing, bing, bing. Everyone who's ever mentioned the dogs, those dogs would definitely let you know they were there. But one day, out of all the years that they lived there, the dogs weren't there.
And I'm just looking at them like, oh, and you know, Hunter's laughing at me. He's like, oh, they're all punks, you know, but he didn't say it like that. He said a bad word, but he was like, they all bark and no bite. And then Candace was like, that's gonna be because they know you. They don't know Jose, you know? And I was like, oh man, I might get bit by one of these dogs. And I wound up getting off of the truck. And when I got off, I had all four of them like in front of me showing teeth growling. And Candace and her mother had to like yell at the dogs to leave me.
But a stranger comes up at 110 Ben Hill Road to take a child, to take Summer, who loved those dogs, loved one specific dog even more than all the rest. And guess what? Dogs ain't there that day. If there were dogs there that day, guess what they did? They let somebody come right up there and take Summer and walk off with them. And let me tell you something. I don't care how, you know, how vicious those dogs were or not. There's a difference between a grown adult and a child. I truly cannot believe that someone came up on that hill, took Summer. The dogs didn't bark. The dogs didn't make a sound, right? And if there was somebody, if I got a call that somebody was up on the property trying to touch kids, wouldn't you check your property when you got home? Me personally, my ass would have went back home. My ass, the minute I heard that, would have went home, made sure my boys were okay. And then if I needed to go to the store, then I would have went back. I mean, if she would have went back to the store without grandma, right? She could have trucked right on through there. But it's the picture of the meat that is not clicking in my brain. I ain't figured that out.
You know?
So you in the
there,
Jose, who's in the truck with you? And then yeah.
In the truck with me, it was okay, so in the front seat it was Candace, her mother, and Allie.
Damn. That must be a pretty good. Damn, that's a pretty big front seat, ain't it? Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, Jesus. But it's true. How in the hell did all three of them fit in that front seat? I don't know.
And then in the back seat, it was Summer, Hunter's sister, and me.
Okay, where were the boys? If you knew.
At home, matter of fact.
Later on, if you found out later.
Yeah, they were at home.
They were at home both times. Right? The first time that they showed up, they didn't have the boys. Then they go back home. Right? Maybe he's confused. I don't know. He confused me on that.
Okay. So
that's what
when
they
you
were.
pulled,
oh, come on, Chris.
When you pulled up, were the boys there?
Yes. They were in the house actually.
Okay, and where did you guys park?
She parked like right next to the house, but a little after the porch.
Okay, and when you got out, the dogs obviously did their thing. What happened next?
We got out. Hunter took Summer out. They all got out and they all started walking in the house. They asked me if I needed any help with my luggage. I was like, no. I just picked it. I was able to carry it on my own. And I took it, and they was like, don't be afraid of the dogs, because that was my main fear, that they were going to bite me. And they just kept saying, don't worry about the dogs. And then as we go up to that front door, they had those center block things in that yellow, look like a scaffold type deal there for like, for you to hold with your hand. And I saw that, and I was like, that's dangerous, especially with kids.
I don't believe that. I don't think his first inclination was to look at anyone and in his mind go, that's dangerous for the children. Because let me tell you something, okay? It was dangerous for the children to bring a man up there that they did not know, okay? Even if Andrew was like, dude's having a hard time, right? That's dangerous. The whole freaking Summer's whole environment was dangerous. Dangerous. From the people who lived around her. Of course, from, being on a mountain in a wooded area, that's dangerous right there. And stranger danger. And in my opinion, her own mother and father. And if you want to believe some people, Grandma Candace. But I don't know, because, we really hadn't heard a lot about Grandma and stuff, but
Frozen original.
I do think it broke Grandma's heart when Summer went missing.
He's like, yeah, my husband is doing work around the house. We're going to fix this eventually. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I just climbing up the stairs, and I remember walking through that front room, and all you could see is just a wreck everywhere, clothes all over the place, cups, empty water bottles, soda bottles, just on top of the tables, the TV stand, movies piled up. And then they had two queen size mattresses laid out on the floor, and those had the pillows and blankets, plus a couple of the kids' clothes was there. They had
In what rooms were those? In what rooms were those mattresses, Jose?
The first room when you enter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the layout is, the minute you walk into the house, there's mattresses on the floor. Mattresses on the floor. Oh, where did we go? Where did we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go?
How many mattresses? And
I'm just going to ask you guys flat out. Come in and be honest, okay? I know a lot of people in the bushes, they're afraid if their main Summerwell's creator sees them in Remain Comp's chat, it will be the end of you. How many people truly believe, after all this time, everything we've said, what we've been told, how many of you believe that Candace and Don Wells had something to do with their daughter going missing? Put a 1 in chat if you believe they definitely had something to do with it. Put a 2 in chat if you believe that they have knowledge of what happened after all this time. For sure. Ooh, we got a lot of 1s in here. Sure do. Couple 2s. Thank you, Deb. 1 and 2 both. The sad thing about Summer's case is Don Wells said it himself. Without a body, you, what can you do? This was always my opinion, what went through my mind. All this time hearing things that Don Wells said, he wasn't doing himself any favors when he was talking. I can tell you that right now. A lot of predators that harm children, pedophiles, a lot of red rummers, some of them after they go back, after unaliving a child or even an adult, they go back to the remains of that person. They go back to the remains. I mean, a lot of sick stuff can go down, and yeah, Candace saying nobody treat her like that if I was around. What do I think? 1, 2, or 3? If I have to go with 1, I'm putting that, and this is just my opinion. If I have to go with 1, I believe that Don Wells and Candace knows. If I have to go with 2, they've got guilty knowledge of especially messed up stuff that they both have done. They both know of messed up stuff that they have done. Okay? Neither one wants to tell on the other, because the minute that happens, guess what? They're both going to get in trouble. They're both going to get in trouble. Now, I can see Don Wells being like, how do I want to word this? Why would Candace stay around somebody that she says is abusive? Why would she do that? She's had plenty of opportunity, right? I mean, have they been married over 10 years? I think it's at 10 years, right? She could get part of that property. If he does the things, and I don't know personally what she said to Benny or Ernie, I don't know. But if she's saying things about Don like it was kind of made out to, why would she stay with him? Does she really believe that Dawn Wells loves her? Well, I mean, she said he was. I'm not going to say he was. He admitted to what he did to Jody. He did. Wasn't proud of himself, he said. That doesn't change the fact. I understand that. But yeah, they were together many, many years. Many years.
It
How
was
many
two
mattresses?
It was two.
Okay.
2 mattresses on
Right next to each other.
All right. Were there bunk beds there at that time?
No, absolutely
Bunk beds were down in the dungeon, right?
not.
Okay. Then what happened? This is the first
then
time you
they
go
were
in.
calling-
Grandma slept in her camper, from what we understand. And that would have put Candace as either sleeping on the floor on the mattresses, right? Yes, I agree, Darlene. I agree. That's a little bit different. Candace has actually left 110 Ben Hill Road and could have gotten away from him. Absolutely. Absolutely. So what kind of game is it that you take, especially men, right? You get into these emotional relationships. You tell them all the horrible things that your husband has done. You have people that get you out of the situation and try to help you. They try to help. You have a possibility of getting your kids back. That possibility was there. And she went back, right? The bunk beds? Yes, they were, weren't they, Sandy? I think, didn't she say that she moved the bunk beds upstairs after Summer went missing? Did she say that? Do I remember her saying that? I'll have to find that now. It's going to drive me crazy until I do. She mentioned something about the bunk beds. Moving the bunk bed somewhere.
Right. Yes. Then they were telling me to come into the kitchen.
Who was telling
and then, you? Allie, Candace, and the grandmother, they were like, come into the kitchen, come sit down. We're not going to bite, like they were laughing, just cracking jokes and stuff.
And
So
where
I
the
was already
kids?
depressed, though.
That's scary. If I had Allie and Grandma and Candace all laughing, come on in here, little boy. We got something for you. He, he. My ass would have ran out the door. I think she said did. What is up, flies? Flies made me hungry. That's why I had to eat. Man, she'd be fixing her man like cinnamon rolls and fresh bread and all kinds of shit. Flies has got it going on.
Right.
Running around. Summer went straight to the swing, and the boys was outside with her, and they were there just playing.
Did she? Summer went straight to the swing from outside, is what he's saying. Well, wait, you were in the kitchen. They told you to come in the kitchen. So, okay. They still wouldn't go. I told her she better send me some. I said, you better send me some. She said, it won't go through the screen. I said, push harder. She told Chris that Summer and the youngest boy slept down there. Yes. 2 different sets of bunk beds? Was there 2 different sets in that room when Chris did the interview? I don't remember.
Okay,
And
was it daytime then?
yeah, it still was daytime.
Okay.
That I
And
do
so
remember.
okay, then what happened?
Then I went into the kitchen with them. They cleared out the table a little bit, and I had sat down. I had asked for water. They had given me water. And then I was like, could I use...
Was it the well water that smelled like salsa? When Chris went down, there was another set there. No, that one big mattress was there. If I remember, when Chris went in the dungeon, there was that big mattress that Summer and her brother allegedly slept on. And then there was Dawn and Candace's bed. All right, I'm going to find it. We are going to look. If I don't look, it'll drive me crazy. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second. Okay. The underground room. Clickety click, click, click. Where you at? Okay, let me see if I can. There's 2 different parts, so let me see if I can find the right one. Look. Let's see. See if this is the one. Still the one. Because Chris has got a couple of them, so you got to kind of figure it out. No. Hold on. That's when she's out around the flowers. Here we go. Let me see. I'm checking for y'all. Oh, interesting. Yes, basement. Right there, they are. That's in the basement, right? Hey, I love Flies' cooking. And I ain't even ate it before. It's just the pictures. I just close my eyes and I'm like, that honey bun, that cinnamon roll, it is heavenly. I put on 20 pounds just looking at the pictures. That's right. That's right. It is a lot healthier, my friend. Okay, so there's the bunk beds. There's the bunk beds. Should I slow it down for y'all? There's the bunk beds. Y'all were right. You were right. There's the door. Yes, so she had the bunk beds at the foot of the mattress then, right? There they are right there. Okay. These are pictures of the dungeon. Okay. Get back to where you once belonged. Yes, thank you, Flies. Okay.
Your bathroom. And they was like, yeah. And then that's when Allie had told Hunter to show me where it was, you know, to take me to the bathroom. So that's when I wound up getting.
Why would you? They couldn't say, hey, we're sitting at the kitchen table. Look to your left or look to your right. And that's the bathroom. Hunter had to show you where the bathroom was. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. My brain just goes to these places. Okay? That is just weird to remain calm.
You walk past that little bar thing that they have, and right there was these two big 6-drawer dressers, one on top of the other with a sheet over it. And Hunter was like, the bathroom's right here, and he just pointed. So I go, and when I look, it's just the toilet, the shower, and the sink. No walls, no doors at all. And I was like, whoa.
Whoa.
And they were like, oh, don't worry, nobody's going to go back there, you know? And I was like, okay. So I just wound up using the bathroom.
We know better than that because let me tell you, if those children were looking through a hole in the wall to watch inappropriate things happening in the dungeon, I would think that they're going to get a sneak peek at any girl that uses that bathroom. I'm just saying.
And I'm just standing there like, where's the wall at? There's no door, you know, and then I noticed the water tank heater that they had up in the ceiling and the pipes coming from the ceiling and stuff. And I just started to observe, you know, just to look around and stuff. And then I noticed their closet. And
wait, they had their water heater in the ceiling? I've never heard of that before. Unless there's an upstairs, right? There would have to be an upstairs. That's kind of weird, right? That why would you put something like that in a ceiling? I guess, I mean, new concept, right? Maybe Hunter had to show him his way through the maze of chaos. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe he was frightened to go down the stairs alone. Chris McDonough was, right? Chris McDonough was like, uh-oh, I don't know about this, right? Even his wife, Chris McDonough's wife, stayed in the truck. She was like, no, sir, I ain't doing it. Your water tank was in your loft. That is, that's interesting.
All the clothes that was there. They had a BB rifle there laying up against the sink in the closet.
Okay.
I used the bathroom, turned right back around, and came right back to them. And I didn't even notice the stairs at this time yet, because I just walked right back.
Yeah.
And then I was like, can I put my stuff away? Because the kitchen was clustered already. And I had a pretty big suitcase with me. And that's when Candace was like, yeah, come with me. And I was like, okay. And then I seen her walk to the bar. And I'm like, there's stairs there? And she's like, oh, yeah, my husband's 6 foot, he fits down here. Same.
Damn. How many times has she said that? It was like it was already written, right? When I take a man down the dungeon steps, I shall tell them all the same thing. My husband can fit down here. Let me tell you guys something. Being a female, if a guy came to your house and you were like, hey, could you come down to the basement? I want you to look at something for me. Right? How many men will go down in that freaking basement without thinking twice about it? Hey, women, there's women who can be pretty, predatory. Yeah, they would just walk down there, not thinking twice about it. So the place was a clusterfuck, right, Chris? So now, Candace, don't forget, it was, no, I was good mother. I kept my house clean. With a bunch of kids, how your house would get dirty anyway. They say, oh, law enforcement came and searched the house like 8 freaking times, and they just kept tearing it up, right? Excuse-moi.
I think basically what she told you, if he can fit down here, so can you. And
hey, Flies, were you in here when Jose said that Allie and Grandma and Candace were all sitting in the front seat together when they came and picked him up? Right? That was weird to me. Because only Hunter and Summer were in the back seat, right? Or was there another child? There might have been another child. I don't know. I found that to be, just a little interesting.
But I'm wide. I'm a hefty guy, and I'm like, oh, my God. And then Hunter was like, my mom fits through there, we all do. And I was like, okay. So that's when I have walked down there, down those steps. And the jacket I had on, it had on one of the nails. It didn't rip it though, but it got caught on one of the nails. Wow. And I was like, that's dangerous. And I started to walk down the steps. Then I noticed the TV there, and I noticed a blue couch in front of the door, and then their mattress was to the back of that room, and it was on top of center block.
This is where the blue couch came out, was from Jose, if I remember correctly. I don't remember until the couch was mentioned by other people that Dawn and Candace even spoke about that couch.
And
who's their mattress? Who's their mattress?
Candace and her husband.
Okay, go ahead.
And then Candace was like, this was where you could.
Allie, Grandma, and Candace were all in the front seat of her Grandma's truck together, Bird.
This will be your room, Jose. And then when I looked over to the right, the bunk beds were there.
Okay.
And I just walked in there, and they had the bunk beds there, and they also had another little mattress there too. But it looked more like a toddler's mattress, but it didn't look like anyone slept on it. I think it was just something for them to sit on when they were playing and stuff like that. So I just went, I put my luggage up against the wall, and then I just went right back upstairs.
Were there toys down there when you first got in?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. After it was full of toys.
Did it look like a toy
room? A
room?
lot of toys.
Jose
Yeah, pretty much.
Jose said there was a lot of toys.
So it looked like a typical kid's room, you know, like just a room for children.
Well, that room for me didn't look like a typical kid's room, but you know, I mean, kind
But
of
you know,
qualified.
with all the toys and with all the toys.
Had Candace given the toys to the church before Chris McDonough got there? I know she gave the toys to the church very quickly. It was very quick in my mind. She did that. When Chris got there, it had been cleaned up, it looked like. So maybe the conversation I remember was maybe Candace. I don't remember.
Stuff. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah. Okay. So you thought it was a playroom of some sort. When
Yeah.
did they describe anything?
He was supposedly in the back with the kids, riding the armrest. They were all together. Wasn't that single mattress outside the bottom door later? There was a mattress that they threw out, and it was leaning up against the back there by the dungeon door, right? Yeah, I can't remember when she gave the toys to the church. But it definitely had been cleaned up some.
About that room or the parents' room at that point? Is Candace down there with you, showing you around, basically giving you the tour?
Yes. Okay. She is. Okay. She was telling me that bottom door never gets opened at all. The couch always stays there because it doesn't fully lock. You know, she had informed me of that. So the windows didn't have no tints in it at all. You could see through. Like you could look out.
If that was the case, and you had that couch there for a specific reason, right? Why would you eventually get rid of the couch? No, Jose was in the back. I don't know. I'm confused now. I'm just going by what he said in this interview. Oh, Chris. Chris, you know I'm going to have to
outside,
remove
and
that
they could look
comment.
inside as well.
You got the BLOOD in
But I
it.
guess I think because the grass was so tall, we could have noticed it. But once you mowed that lawn, is pure sunlight used to come in through there.
I'll find that.
Ghost your ROI worries.
Oh, wait. I was trying to get to my chat. Hold on, so I can remove that comment. The BLOD comment. You got it, Flies. Thank you, Flies. Okay, hold on. Commercial. I'm going to start making up commercials. That way I can do my own little commercials while I'm getting through their commercials. Jose said no tiny in the windows or door at that time. Fred said he could see in the door. Tiny was put in. What the fuck is tiny? What is tiny? Ain't never heard of tiny. It's okay, Sage. I know what you're talking about. The foil, right? Or tent. Yeah, it was weird. The way they had the window, you could see out, but you couldn't see in the tent. Yeah.
So let's go back upstairs now. You're upstairs from the dungeon, is what I call it.
Me too, Chris.
Okay.
And this is like the first night, or you're just kind of getting to know everybody. At what point is Allie staying there at this time, by the way?
Yes, she was actually staying with her kids for the weekend.
Okay. And where are they sleeping? Do you know?
For the
Where do they end up
weekend.
sleeping?
Upstairs. Like they all bunched up upstairs.
Okay.
Like a
in that
big
way.
slumber party, you could say. Yeah, it was just a big slumber party.
Okay. And
Just all of them bunched up there.
is Allie's mom there?
Yeah, but she slept in her camper.
Oh,
No,
I mean,
that's
Once in a
Candace's
while,
mom.
is that Allie's mom or Candace's mom?
No, Candace's mom.
Okay. How about
She
Allie's mom?
slept in- She wasn't there.
Okay.
I didn't meet Allie's mother and grandmother and great grandmother until I was there for a little while, probably maybe like a week or two before I actually met them.
Damn, he met the whole family. Wow. I bet he was a busy fellow while he was there, right? It's okay, Sage. Why would you have a stranger you just took in go sleep in the same area as kids in your bed? No, he said they all slept upstairs. Allie's great grandma. Heck yeah, he was partying with all of them. Wow. I'll find it later. Okay. Okay. So he met all of them.
So they had been kicking it there before you even got there.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So did everybody kind of have a
Ray.
sleeping, quarters staked out?
Yeah,
Grandma.
you might as well say yes.
Okay.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Okay. And just like a big, crash house.
Well, it's not an accusation. It was true. It was true that, hang on. Genevieve, are you serious? Okay, anywho. Hang on. Hang on. I don't know why that didn't shut off. What was I gonna say? Yes, she gave the toys to the church. All the kids got together and if I remember with Robin, they cleaned up the toys and there was never any conversation about the toys being given back to Summer or whatever. For sure.
Or other.
Excuse me?
Is this like a big crash house? Are there?
Well, listen to this. So Don and Candace both, the individuals that was in their life and that they knew, right? The environment that they were in. Does their mind go straight to saying Summer's not going to come home? Because whoever has her, we know of these people. These people are around us. Dawn was going all kinds of places, and doing his crack-a-lack or whatever, ladies of the night. He loved his kids, right? He loved his kids, but he never hesitated to work. All he did was work. So, on his time off, he decided he deserved vacations on the weekends. Sometimes for a few days at a time, right? Right? She gave away the boys' toys before she knew she could get them back. I don't know about the boys' toys. I know that she gave the church a lot of Summer's toys. For sure. I will see her in the resurrection. Yeah. That definitely says I'm not going to see her on this earthly plane, right? What something that always bothered me too was him making the comment that he was worried because Summer didn't know Jesus. Summer didn't know God. And that always bothered me. He is so religious that he doesn't know that that would never happen. That would never happen in heaven, period. That a child, couldn't get into heaven because they didn't know God. Okay? Or of God. Oh, I agree, Bird. I agree with that. That's funny. Yeah, he got him some peace, all right. A little piece of those prostitutes, he did. He sure did. Got him a good little piece there. He's got a wife at home, and he's gonna save a hooker. Right? Don Wells. He could start a business. Save a hooker. Save a hooker business. Take them away from their pimps and your dope dealer, right? They go to, she says, an area that Don, a house that he was working on or something, and they sit in this house and they do a shitload of dope. And in the process, he's telling her about Jesus. Right? Take a hit there, girl. Take you a good hit. Let me tell you about Jesus, right? Yeah, don't break my door. Yes. I mean, hell, I guess they did deserve to get some money, because they were putting on a hell of a show. A hell of a show. And I just would advise them next time that they write a script for their show. Maybe, maybe they switch it up a little bit. I'm just saying. What parents of a missing child, and I have to say allegedly, because I would have to go back and find it, but they was in the bathroom doing substances on a live stream. Now, I can't say they're the only ones that did that. I've seen that happen with others also, but no, not a mattress and beddings. Dudley said that something about CPS coming. Don would stay late at work if CPS was coming, right? I'm telling you. I am telling you. All right. I got to speed Jose up. I've been on here forever. Are you guys getting sick of me already? Are you getting tired of me yet? And I do want you guys to know, and this is the truth, I have to really shorten my lives starting here pretty soon. Get them a little bit shorter because YouTube is really not interested in my 3 and 4 hour lives. I can tell you that right now. So I do have to switch the game plan up.
Other people coming and going, I mean, not that first night, but the more you stayed there? Were there
No,
other cars coming up there? Were there,
Oh, thanks,
you know,
Bird.
other things going on?
no, no, nope, not at all.
Was
Not while I
Candace
was
getting
there.
hammered at night? Was Candace getting drunk at night?
Yeah,
Yeah.
after 5
And
o'clock.
so every night after 5, or just a few nights after 5? You tell me.
And probably like a few nights, but as you know, her and Dawn started to get into the fights over the phone. It started to become every single night. When I
So was
got there,
Dawn
it
calling
wasn't
every
every
night?
single night.
Was Dawn calling?
Hell, they was fighting over the phone. Donnie, you're in Utah. You're at a party at your sister's house. You're partying. You're not allowed to party, Candace says, as she's on the phone, drunker than a skunk. Right? Yeah, he did. He admitted it, Flies. He, you know, turned to the alcohol, right? So, okay. Oh, Mr. A, now you're getting weird. You are getting weird, my friend. I will go tell her that right now. No, I won't. You go tell her. Does she not watch those cute little songs you make up for her? I'm just asking.
Every
Well,
night.
she was calling him, not the other way around. He didn't call, she called him.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's your
And
girl?
What was your impression of that? Why did she have
I
to do that?
apologize.
Yeah, most of the time that she called him was for money to buy food for the house. And then they'll wind up arguing because he's pushing for her to move up to Utah, and she'll drop the F-bombs left and right, and no, I'm not going, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. So
those are basically their fights there.
Why didn't she want to go? Could it be because she had her good friend Allie that was hanging out with her? You know, got all kinds of people that she could bring up there. I don't think Dawn, I mean, it seems to me, this is just the way I feel. I don't think Dawn had a problem with Candace bringing strangers up to 110. Right? So, they were fighting over moving to Utah. No, he loves Nicolina.
Okay. And what about the kids during this time? Who's during all the flowing of the alcohol and all the? I'm assuming there's got to be some dope involved in this too, right? Somewhere.
No,
I mean,
no.
Is there any marijuana?
No.
Anybody smoking
Nope.
marijuana up there?
Nope. No, just alcohol and cigarettes.
Okay. Alcohol and cigarettes. And
Yeah.
so, go ahead.
Well, that would mean that, no way. Y'all had to have been smoking that marijuana. Are you kidding me? Oh, thanks, Sassian. Well, thank you for all you do too, girl. Right? The alcohol and the cigarettes. I drink alcohol, I smoke cigarettes, but don't put the marijuana around me, 'cause I don't want to go back to prison, can't you see? Right? Right? Like he go tell Christmas, yeah, I was doing all that marijuana. He didn't want marijuana in the U-Haul. No marijuana in the U-Haul. Right? I'm not going back to prison. That's what Jose said.
That was all they were doing.
Jose,
Okay, you say
come
they.
on.
Who's they?
We will all be watching them. It wouldn't be like none of us are watching them, but the kids had their own routines at the time. You know, they watch their own shows. They would play on their phone, on the video games, or they'll go outside and play. You know, and when they were hungry, they would just come in, we're hungry. And then Candace would be like, well, grab a pizza and put it in there. you know what to do.
There's where the pizza came from. They only eat pizza. Did you listen to Allie on the porch, Jose? I bet he did. I bet he was looking at Allie. I bet he was watching Chris McDonough just have conversations with Allie. He was probably like, I tapped that. I sure did. I tapped that girl. I wonder if she's still tappable. She got her own place to live, right? Because you ain't going to tell me that old boy wasn't like, get that restraining order, Candace. You go, girl. I got a job. I'll be back. I'll be back. Right? Come on. Come on. For real. I know how them guys think. I do. They're not so slick. And let me tell you this. I would love to sit just in a room of men who are talking about something because they are worse than women sitting around gossiping. Men gossip worse than women. They do. I'm telling you. Even if they did just eat pizza, it's better than the cold hot dogs for breakfast. Yes, the Candace said after being asked over what did Summer eat that morning. Ugh. Oh, you know what? Genevieve, I love you, but I don't care if you like him or not. Holy moly. Chris McDonough, Genevieve, it says you're a joke. We're listening to Jose. You got history with him too? Girl, you get around. You get around, girl. You got history with Ernie, and I could name a couple others, and now you got history with Chris McDonough? Girl, I'm telling your husband on you. For real. Getting around like that. You best be getting a lot of cash apps. Yep. Okay.
And they would just do it themselves.
Jose, was there any, so dope aside, were there any opioids? I mean, were they taking pills and drinking? I mean, I take your word for what you're saying, but I would find it hard to believe that they weren't doing anything other than just alcohol and cigarettes.
Oh no, in front of me, that's all they was. I didn't see them taking no pills or anything.
Gotcha.
The only one who took pills was Candace's mother, but she had a lot of pills, like a whole bunch of different medications. So I'm thinking cholesterol, blood pressure, all these other, because I have family that take multiple pills. So she would come out with like a little bag, and it's a whole bunch of different pills. And she would always say, I have to take this damn stuff every day, and I don't really like it. It makes me feel weird. And that was her main complaint. But she didn't drink. Candace's mother was the only one that did not drink. She would not drink at all. She would always fight if anyone drank.
And Chris, let me just ask you really fast too.
So grandma didn't partake of the alcohol? That's why I say to people, grandma leaving 110 Ben Hill Road, I would have left. She was dealing with Don and Candace drunk all the freaking time and doing shit and fighting and arguing. And I do not believe that just came to be after Summer went missing. That had probably been going on for years and years and years. The drinking, the fighting, the arguing, Don leaving, Don being gone to go do stuff, and and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think it was anything new. Unfortunately, that was going on while the boys were still at home, before the boys got taken. Okay. And that should be a sad revelation for anyone that's followed Summer's case. I'm a commentating channel and I give my opinion. Yeah, he's talking about the hill. So the Purple Jesus folks said she talked about wasn't true. Who knows, but contradictions from everywhere. Absolutely. Well, and you got to put aside the holler feuds, okay? You have to kind of put them to the side. Because let me tell you, there were people feuding that lived in the holler at some point in their life that didn't live in the holler anymore. But the minute that they had access to a public platform, as in the YouTube, right? They were like, let me get up here. I'm calling her out. I'm going to call that bitch out now. I can do it in front of a lot of people, right? So you got to kind of put that, sweep some of that under the rug, as I say. The twisted tea wasn't Grandis. Maybe she just started drinking after Jose left. Yes, that was weird. Candace put that on her mama. She put that on her mama.
Experience similar to Jose's when it came to the dogs when you first arrived on that property?
Yeah, they were everywhere. They came out of the woods.
Barking and somewhat aggressive?
They came right
That's
at the truck. They
right.
came right at me right when I got out, and that's why Karen stayed in the truck.
Right.
So,
So he hit that one on the head.
Yeah, that piece of the puzzle. So that was a great question too, Josh.
So if somebody came up on the hill and took Summer, then the dogs would have had to have known them. The dogs would have had to have been all right with whoever it was, hiding right there around the dog trail to wait for Summer to come out. Right?
You got more on that? Go ahead.
Well, we talk about how they say stranger abduction. And it seems to me that if a stranger walked up on that hill, he would have been greeted the same way both of you
That's right.
were greeted.
Oh, absolutely. Believe that. That's 100% correct. They would have definitely went up to whoever it was. The only way they wouldn't come up to you like that is if they knew who you were.
Right. And how long did it take the dogs to get used to
Wow.
A few days.
Really?
2-3 days.
Yeah. Strangers aren't walking
Yeah,
up on that hill.
That's crazy. Were they saying Candace or Grandma liked the purple? Oh, okay. Grandma liked it, right? Wow. Yeah, I never really heard that Grandma didn't drink, but
Yeah, I remember telling Candace you need a zoo license. I mean, there were cats, dogs, they were everywhere. They were everywhere in there. Okay,
And
so
even if they
you make
would they bark? I'm sorry, Chris.
No, go ahead, say it again.
I was Jose. Even if they knew you and you came up, would they bark when like cars would come home and stuff?
da 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 da. Okay.
Knew who you were, they wouldn't bark, but they would approach the car.
Okay.
Would approach you, but they wouldn't like growl or bark,
So while you were there, Jose, just kind of shifting back here, the breakdown of where everybody's drinking, at what point would the tolerance level kick in and everybody pass out?
I would be the first one to pass out. So
You were?
after that, yeah, I'd be the first one to knock out. I was, going through a lot.
Yeah.
So I just went downstairs and just slept. But it's like 8:30, 9 at night. I'm in bed already, ready to conk out. And they would still be up in the kitchen, laughing, playing music. Kids running around, having fun. you know.
Where are the children? Where are the children at this point? Just running
Upstairs
around.
in the front room playing, yeah, watching TV.
What kind of video games did they play?
One of them was like a racing game on the phone. Another one was a puzzle game or something like that. But I heard there was a couple of more, but I never like really was into phone games or anything like that. So I really didn't pay it mind. But the boys mainly played their racing game on the phone.
What kind of games did the kids play? That you
Excuse me? You asked what kind of games they played?
Yeah, meaning outside games, kids games.
Oh, hide and go seek. They played on the swing, tag. They played with their soccer ball. The boys would throw their footballs around sometimes, you know, and they really wanted to ride their bikes. You know, that was when I knew they had dirt bikes, when I found that out. But Candace wouldn't let them drive it. She kept saying, you have to wait for your dad to come back. And that was their main focus, was their bikes. But
And Don had been gone for quite a while, right? So the boys couldn't ride their dirt bikes with Don gone. Yeah, there was, yes, the female dogs would go under the porch to have their litter of pups.
those were the games they played typically.
So they wanted to get on those dirt bikes.
Mm-hmm.
And when you saw them play hide and seek, what would they do? Where would they go?
In the house, outside, in Candace's mother camper, in the fridge. I remember the first time I saw someone in that fridge, it freaked me out.
Tell me about that.
You know, I thought the fridge locked. Okay, so I was sitting outside towards Candace's mother camper. And there was like this little crate thing there, and I was just sitting there smoking a cigarette. And I remember the boys running outside, and they're like, Jose, did you see Summer? And I'm like, no, why? Oh, we're playing hide and seek. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, well, I didn't see her. Maybe she's in the house. And they're like, no, we checked in the house. So I got up and I said, so she's out here somewhere hiding? And they're like, yeah, we got to find her. And I was like, isn't it like dangerous? And like, would she leave real far? Because this is the first time they're playing this, you know, and I'm finding out. And they're like, no, usually she's around here, hiding behind a tree or something. And I was like, oh, okay. So as the boys start walking to the shed to check over towards that way, all I did was turn my head and I could see Summer peeking out of the door of the fridge. And I was like, what is she doing? And I wind up walking over to it and she had closed it. And I was afraid that it
What
locked.
side, left or right? What's Jose? What side, left or
The
right?
fridge?
Yeah.
The fridge? It was,
Yes.
well, where I was sitting at, I'm facing the house. It would have been to my left.
Okay, but what side is she peeking out?
Yeah, which side?
When you say to your left, I need
Oh,
some
she's
reference.
Okay, so she's peeking out of the door. She opened the door. She's peeking in because, you know, when you open the fridge door, it opens up through the bottom. So she just cracked it and stuck her head out and looked over.
Okay, do you remember if it was the left or the right door?
I don't remember which door it was.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Then
I showed you guys the video where Don was taking that piece of the stick and hitting that refrigerator that was out there, right? The door was attached on one side of it. I would say from it was on the left-hand side. The left-hand side. Right?
what happened?
She wound up peeking out and I wound up walking over there and I'm like, Summer? And the boys was like, oh, you found her. Oh, she's in there again? And that's what they said. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm looking at that and I was like, that doesn't lock. And they're like, no, it's broken. Like, we always use that. And I was like, oh, okay. So
Okay, so the door was broke anyway, and they could, you know, access it, open and close it on the same, right?
was running out.
Is that the boys saying
them,
this?
All of them. Yeah, the boys too were saying that. So they used it too. Them boys used to fit in there. I don't know how they did it, but they fit in there.
Okay. And what about
Yeah.
Candace? What is her reaction during all of this? Or where is she? What's going on?
Inside of the house, sitting on the kitchen table.
Okay, sitting at the kitchen table. And is she aware that Summer's been hiding into that fridge before?
Oh yeah, yeah.
How do you know that?
Because she used to always tell him, "Go play hide and go seek, go outside, go play." You know, and she knew that she already had been in that fridge a few times. And she was like, "I used to argue with her, but you know, the fridge opens. Ain't nothing bad gonna happen to her in there." So I just gave up arguing with her about it.
So you
that that whole statement is kind of off to me. He is putting himself as being the one to say that's dangerous for your kids, and to the point of arguing with Candace about it, and Candace didn't want to hear it, right?
You argued with her about her hiding in that fridge? Is that what you're saying?
No, that Candace said she gave up arguing with her about hiding in the fridge.
Oh, so the mom and daughter had a conversation in the past. Did you hear that? Have you ever heard that?
No.
Oh, did you believe it?
Conversation?
Yeah.
About
Summer?
I didn't even think about it. I apologize if you guys hear background noise. I'm eating a protein bar. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I will mute.
Having a conversation with Candace about hiding in the fridge?
Oh, I did. The way she was saying it, I believe that she did talk to Summer about the fridge.
Okay.
If you have a crack like this.
But I don't, Mike. But thank you, Mike. Remember this guy? He did a show called Dirty Jobs. I used to watch him all the time. Thank you, Flies. I thought about that too. Because if it's become such a problem that you're worried about it, that you're arguing about it, go out there and take the freaking door off. But like he said, the door was broke. Obviously, they could open it themselves from what it sounded like.
It was like she just gave up, and she was like, she's not going to get hurt in there. I already checked the fridge. Everything's fine. You know, it opens, closes. It doesn't lock. Okay. You know, I really didn't think nothing of it.
Okay. When the kids were playing hide and go seek and things like that, just around the house, how rough were they with each other?
Not real rough, but just like normal kids. Accidents happen, you know, maybe one time Wyatt was running real quick, and he was running around to hook around the corner of the house, and he ran into Waylon. Waylon wound up falling and scraping his knee. That's like the worst I've seen.
So, okay, so they play outside.
I believe that.
Where else did the children used to hide that you're aware of?
In Candace's mother camper in the bathroom.
Say it again.
In Candace's mother's camper inside of the bathroom.
Okay, is that one of the cabinets?
Yeah. No, it's a bathroom.
Okay, she just hid it.
Yeah.
She hid in the bathroom.
Yeah, because that was Candace's mother's like storage. She didn't use the bathroom there. She used the bathroom in the house. So she converted her bathroom from the camper into like a storage unit. And she had a lot of stuff stored in there. And she used to argue with Summer about that because she was afraid that, you know, Summer knocked something down and, you know, it comes toppling on top of her.
Like a normal grandmother. Like Hunter said, Grandma Candace was like his great grandma, right? That's what he said. So I don't think that he was saying, you know, that, well, I don't know. He said Grandma Candace was like his great grandma, same attitude. But I can hear Grandma Candace telling him, stay out of my bathroom. I don't want you in there. Normal stuff. Normal kids being kids and playing. 3 boys together, whether they're siblings or not, is going to be like a row moment. For real. And then you got little Summer in there She would whop them with a stick, right?
It sounds like the kids, are just kids and they're out running around playing on the
Yeah.
property. Tell me about the swing. Is that her favorite place to go, or what's your opinion?
Oh yeah, Summer. That's her go-to. She loved that swing a lot. Constantly on the swing, always, always. And then no shoes and no shirt. I could tell you that
No
right
shoes, no
from the
shirt.
get-go.
That's what Dudley said when him and his wife went up there, that the kids didn't have a lot of clothes on them.
No shoes and no shirt, sitting on that swing, just swinging away. And if she wanted to go higher, she would ask one of us to do it. And most of the time, it was me doing it, just pushing her, and she would just laugh and thank you, and go higher. And then she would ask me to twist her, on with that. And she's like, keep going, keep going. And then she would tell me, let go. And then, it would swing around and spin.
Okay, so he's basically telling us that obviously there was no issue with Summer not having a shirt on, being outside and playing.
And she would be holding on, screaming, laughing. And then, if I felt like she was going to fall, I would just go and grab her, like pick her up and then place her on the ground. And she's like, whoa, and she's moving around. And she, again, Jose, again. She was a bundle of joy.
What was Hunter's interaction with the children?
He was the same way with all of them. He played hide and go seek with them too. He played tag with them. He kicked the soccer ball with the boys. With Summer, it was the swing too with her.
And what was the reaction of H's mom to him doing that? Or was it, was it just a casual situation where kids are just playing, or what was your takeaway on that?
Yeah, that's what I take it as. A casual thing, just kids playing, just having fun. No other way than that. Most of the time, that's all they were doing, was having fun. Always laughing and yelling, loud kids. That's what they were.
Jose, did you find it odd that they offered you a place to stay, a strange man in a house full of kids?
Good question.
When there was, when Dawn is in Utah, did you find that odd at all?
A little bit, yeah. I did, in a way. But, when Andrew had spoke to them, I guess that's what, alleviated their worries about me. Because Andrew's the one who actually spoke to Allie for me before I actually spoke to them. And that's when Andrew had introduced me to each of them.
So it was Andrew that vouched for you. And and then when you initially got there, you see the state of the house. Was there anything in you telling you to get out of there?
Excuse me?
Was there anything inside you telling you to get out of there when you saw the condition of the house, or were you just desperate for a place to stay?
Oh, no, when I seen the house, it was like, I need to get out of here, but I didn't know where to go.
Right.
Yeah, I was stuck in the woods, basically. I didn't know nothing. Not even my cell phone worked there at all. There was no signal. Candace was the only one who had a signal, and it was lucky if it was one bar.
What was the carrier?
That's interesting.
Oh, I don't even know. I never even asked her that.
That was at that time. That was at that time.
I never thought of asking her what was the carrier at all.
Did Grandma have a phone? Did Grandma?
She did not.
Huh? No, not at that time?
No.
Okay.
Nope,
Did anybody
not at
else?
that
Did
time.
Allie have a phone?
Yeah, Allie had a phone. Hunter had a phone.
Okay.
They both had phones, and their phones didn't work at all.
Did yours?
There
Did
was
you
no
have one?
signal. No. Yeah, I had my cell phone, and it was dead too to the world. There was like no connection. The only way we got connection was when we went into Kingsport.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
That was when our cell phone services kicked in, and it would go crazy because they didn't go into Kingsport every single day.
Sure.
You know,
And
it was
who was? Go ahead.
It was like every other day or maybe every 2 days. So when we would get to the spot where I guess it was by the church, right after you pass that church, all our cell phones are ding, 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 just going crazy. We're like, whoa.
There you go.
And
Who's your carrier? Who
videos.
was your carrier back then?
Mine was Straight Talk through Walmart.
Oh, okay. So you kind of had by the minutes, kick it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I had the unlimited plan for every month, and it was on auto pay, so they took the money out automatically. I didn't have to keep going to buy a card and putting minutes. They just took it off my card to pay for it.
Ghost your ROI worry.
Oh. Do 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 da da. Welcome to the RC show.
Wi-Fi? Was there internet in the house?
No, absolutely not. Not at that time that I was there.
So at some point, are you during all of this time, and how long are you there at the house in terms of what you remember? What's your timeline?
I don't really know.
That was at a later date, though, Amy's right. I don't know what access that they had after Jose left, because they were working on the lines and everything. So by that time, I mean, they had internet. They had internet, right?
Now that I'm thinking about it, felt a lot like I was there for months. That's exactly what it felt like to me.
Yeah, ballpark it. I mean, I heard you say near 6 months once.
And that's why I said it felt like months. No sense of time at all. It's country life. It truly is a country life over there. It's not a city life, you know? So it was all new to me. All of it. The area was new to me. The way, you know, even people telling me good morning, I found weird. You know, I'm from New York. Everybody's uptight and with an attitude. I come here to Tennessee, it's good morning and bless you and all these things. And I'm looking at them like they're weird.
Well, that's the great folks of Tennessee. And this is why people love
That's
summer so
right.
much, right? They really do care. They care about people and they care about children. And I know
That's
that,
right.
you know, you got stuck in the middle of this thing based on, you know, all the information that's available to everybody. And it's a culture shock to understand the people of the Southeast.
It
And
is. People do need to understand that it is a big culture shock. Okay, when you get into the mountains and you know it's laid back, there's no sense of time. You get up in the morning, a lot of people when the sun comes up, you go to bed when the sun goes down. Everything in between is just everything in between, for sure. I don't know. Remote learning was during the time Jose was there. That's interesting, right? Well, but they did have Wi-Fi, right? They would have had to have Wi-Fi for the remote learning. Yeah, Candace had TikToks from way back, for sure. I honestly believe, and I am not a metadata expert, don't claim to be, I don't believe that the dates and times on a lot of the, stuff that we've seen is correct. Yeah, Jose just said there wasn't no internet.
really super great people. And then there are, you know, other people that, you know, they don't get the understanding that is necessary because they've not lived the type of life that they live down there.
That's right.
Important to act on all of those, which you have and you do. And I'm, you know, I think that's great. And the fact that you've come forward now after all this time, you know, when was the first time you were interviewed by the FBI? You there?
Where'd you go, Jose?
Did we lose him?
Well, he says he's still on the line.
I hear you now. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
you were breaking up.
No worries.
Wait a minute. Why are they breaking up?
No worries, amigo. When was the first time you were interviewed by the FBI?
They, from what I remember, they said she had been missing about 7-8 days, I believe, from what I can remember.
Okay.
FBI did talk to Jose.
And they had went to my son's house looking for me.
Yes. Good point. Good point,
And
guys.
eventually they found you and you had a conversation with them, correct?
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay. And you told them everything that you recalled.
Yep. But it was, as I said, their main focus was on Dawn and Candace. That if I felt they would ever do any harm to Summer.
That's right. That's right. As it should be. As it should be. And I don't care if you're a Dawn fan or a Candace Bly Wells fan. The wells should be, still to this day, law enforcement's main concern. That is my opinion. I am sticking with it. And if it doesn't come out that they had anything to do with Summer, there's other things that I'm sure that, they did have things to do with, for sure.
That was the impression that I got from their questioning.
And what did you tell them?
I told them.
Yeah, I can't remember whose driveway that was, Spread Love. But then again, if an RSO was at the end of your driveway using your internet, would you not tell them, get the fuck out of my driveway? Right? That's what I would say. Get the fuck away from my home. Get the fuck away from my driveway. Right? Now, I may come out later and tell people that, yeah, I had an RSO at the end of my driveway. But in that conversation, you would hear me say, and I told him to get the fuck off of my property. Right? Weirdness at its finest, my friends.
Not Candace, and I don't think that Dawn, would have at that time, because even though me and him bumped heads and all that other stuff, but as far as to like physically abuse her, no. I told him no, I don't think anything like that, like kill her, like or hurt her in that way, no.
Well,
but how can Jose say no? He did not know these people. He did not know these people. They acclimate themselves to whatever situation or person that they're around. They absolutely do. We have seen them do it. But that's just me. No, you remembered that, right? I just don't remember whose driveway it was.
You first heard that she went missing, and how long after she went missing did you hear about it? Was it when TBI contacted you or the FBI?
Yeah, when the FBI contacted me was when I knew.
And that was 8 days.
Yeah, 7, 8 days, I believe she was missing.
Mm-hmm.
And
what was your reaction?
Ghost your ROI.
So Jose wasn't on Candace's list of people to call, right? Don't call Jose and tell him.
The FBI was, did she get out of the house again? That was the first line that came out of my mouth. And they're like, excuse me? And I said, did she get out of the house again? And they're like, wait a minute. She used to get out of the house? I said, yeah, all the time. I said, why do you think the blue couch is in front of the door in the basement?
There you go.
I told them that. And they're like, a blue couch? I said, yeah, in the basement. It would be in front of that door because there was no lock there. She could walk in and out. But she knew how to open the lock in the front door too, because there wasn't no deadbolt there. It was just the regular knob that you just turned the little switch and that was it. So she knew how to open that.
Could Summer have wandered off? Yeah, she could have. She could have. She could have just went too far, possibly down at the road. That's where the scent ended. But you have to remember how Lawson worded that. I didn't hear him say driveway. I heard him say the scent ended at the road. Some search dogs, will get to a certain point, and from the road, it may turn into grass, gravel, something a little bit different context there. And it will throw the dogs off, and they will, not be able to re-pick the scent up. So
how did the deadbolt get on that door? Do you know?
I think they probably put it there, and that's way after I was gone. Because when I was there, that was not there.
Deadbolt
Just like the
wasn't
wall that they
there.
have that's covering that bathroom right now, that was not there when I was there. Those bunk beds in that front room, that was not there when I was there.
There you
Those
go.
bunk beds are virtually brand new.
Jose,
Okay.
if Summer did in fact tend to wander outside, like you said that she did, what do you think? And I know this is speculation, but why would Dawn and Candace say that she never did that? Because they say
Because
that
they knew they would get in trouble. That's why.
That's exactly
and
right.
they knew. It's not just me who told them something. Allie said something. Even Candace's mother said something about her getting out of the house. We all told them. It wasn't just me. You know, it was a concern for all of us. You know, like, how the hell she's getting out of the house? Like, I thought you locked the door. Well, Summer knows how to unlock the door. Well, now you telling us this? You know, like, you need to watch her more often, more closely, you know?
Big problem. That is why, in my opinion, they continuously tried to make Candace out to be a helicopter mom. Now, with Dawn, he was a good daddy, right? Dawn was a good daddy. He provided for them. They wanted for nothing. Jose tells us that they were fighting and arguing while Dawn was in Utah because Candace said, you need to send me money. Me and my guest need some food, right? That's what Jose said. And I kind of forget where I was going with that. All right, give me 1 second, you guys, please. Okay. But Jose also said he bought food and cooked. Well, he did get a job. I don't know. I didn't calculate. He supposedly got a job and he only worked for a short amount of time, right? Because he had to leave. And then Allie was buying food, right?
But it wasn't just me who told her. It was her mother told her and Allie as well. And when she would be outside, that we finally realized she was outside, if Hunter was there, he'd be the first one to run out the door for her, you know? And he would just run right out the door and he would go after her. And then she'll run and laughing, you know, like it's funny. And Hunter's like, it's not funny. It's not funny. You know, things bad could happen to you. You know, we love you. What are you doing? Don't do this. You know, and she was just joyous. She's just a curious kid. That's all.
Yeah, I think a lot of people understand that about her. There's no question about it.
But,
yeah, and you know, but what else drives Dawn? I mean, you had some observations of some.
Chris,
you know, there was some weird that you mentioned, and you know, what about the abuse situation from anybody, if anything? Even you raised some red flags, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when I walked into that house, I mean, that house just screamed all kinds of dysfunction. I mean, alcohol, drugs,
absolutely,
SA. I mean, that just check each box and keep moving down the hallway. And then when you get to the dungeon and you see what's on the TV, I mean,
shocked. But I could tell you that wasn't Candace watching that.
Well, I don't know who was watching it. I don't know.
No, but that's Dawn all over. That's the type of thing he used to watch.
Okay, fine.
That's him.
And so the question then is, when Dawn comes back from Utah.
So how long were you actually there after Don comes back from Utah? Chris is probably going to ask this question. I haven't watched this interview for a long time. That you would know. So, were you sleeping downstairs and Don downstairs?
And you're there, that turns into, you know, a problem pretty quickly. I mean, to the point where he goes to jail, right? Felon in possession of a handgun.
I can see her fighting with Don over money. Just to have money, right? Maybe she might have needed some extra money for, you know, her substances or whatever.
Yep.
You're still there, but then shortly thereafter, you bail. You leave.
Yeah, I just left. Yeah.
But in between that time, while he was home, you saw some actions that you
Because I believe when he went to Utah, he was working, he said he was making money, and I wonder if he was even sending any money back home, period. Because grandma was there. So, you know, I'm sure grandma was helping pay for a lot of things.
described, I heard you say it. Just
he cannot say what was happening after he left.
Pretty problematic, and I don't want to go into it, but
yes, absolutely. You know, and the more and more I spoke out, the more and more he didn't like it. That was the problem, because no one spoke out, and this is why I felt that they were afraid of him.
Who's they?
I just Candace and her mother.
Okay. But now, in retrospect, looking back, when you first tell the FBI after 7 days, there's no way. Did you include the SA allegations or the observations?
No.
How come?
Yeah, that was Girls Gone Wild stuff. That was Girls Gone Wild stuff. Now, was it appropriate if Summer would have been down there or the boys down there? Absolutely. But it wasn't like Fly said, it wasn't Ron Jeremy type of stuff.
I really wasn't even thinking about that, honestly.
Okay.
That wasn't even a thought in my mind, because I didn't think he was doing any SA to Summer when he was in the bath with her. I just found it disgusting to take a bath with your daughter. You know? That was my trigger there. Like, no, I don't think so. But as far as
confronted him, right?
Yes, yes. I took Summer out of that shower. Yes, I did. I stood there with her pink princess towel, because that was her favorite towel, and she always used it. And I remember that towel because that towel would get washed like every other day, because Summer would always be dirty because she was outside playing so much. And she would always be full of dirt.
I'm just curious, Jose, though, you know, in full transparency, you know, the fact that
I think they all have. I think any child that went to 110 Ben Hill Road seen too much. Seen and heard way too much.
you have witnessed potentially something that even caused you as a father internally to say, you know what, that DLR, right, does not look right. And you intervene, and that intervention causes a major disruption between you and a father and a daughter and children and all this other stuff. And then this child goes missing, you know, down the road. Now, mind you, you're gone. Okay. I get that piece, brother. Okay. But at the same time, when the cops and the authorities come to you and you mention, okay, did she go out? They had to have asked about, was there any type of observations or problems in that home that you could at least give us a little more intel into? And now maybe this was just your mindset at the time, and I don't want to, you know, disrespect you. I'm not disrespecting you.
No,
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, you know, this just doesn't, you know, I don't know if it fits. Does that make sense in terms of it is what it is, but if that's what you did and that's the truth, okay, no problem.
Yeah, but they didn't act nothing like that. That
okay, they didn't go down that route.
They didn't.
Wait, see, that's what gets me. Don't ask, don't tell. I do believe that they did think Summer wandered off at first, but that thought process had to begin to, you know, take that curve Why wouldn't you tell law enforcement about this, even if they didn't ask? Because don't forget, he just says, you know, TBI came to talk to me. They were inquiring about Dawn and Candace, and I said, without them asking me a question, I said, oh my gosh, did she get out again? But you can't say to them without them asking, hey, she was in the shower with her father. I found it inappropriate. I got her out of the shower. Does that make sense to you guys? Sorry. I get a little feisty. I do. Yep. Yep. I agree. I agree with that. Good night, Mr. A. Sweet dreams.
No, they did not. Absolutely not. It was more like they felt like they did bodily harm to her.
Got it.
Okay, that's where I got. That's what I got from their questioning to me about them.
Yep, absolutely.
So the questioning went to making Jose believe that Dawn and Candace may have committed some type of bodily harm towards Summer. But even with that, let's not speak about something that you found inappropriate like that, right? Oh, Sandy. Right. You're right, though. I do believe, ma'am.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I can see that unfolding just the way it did, just what you're saying.
And this is what gets me. Candace, who acts like she doesn't know Jose, didn't have a problem with a strange guy going in a bathroom with a daughter and a father and taking that naked child out of the shower that's in there with her father. That it's all fucking weird.
And there are many times, and it has fallen into that point. So in retrospect now, looking back, what's your opinion?
I should have did something. I really do. I should have did something. Yeah. That's what I honestly believe. Because I feel that time that I pulled her out the shower, that should have been me. I should have just picked up the phone and called the cops right then and there.
Yeah,
but
you should have.
my main worry was that I did that and the cops really didn't do much. You know, they wouldn't have looked at it as he's doing anything bad because we were all in there, you know, while they were in the shower. I didn't even know until I heard her voice. And I was like, where's Summer? Oh, she's in the bath with her dad. I'm like, what? What do you mean with her dad? And Candace was like, yeah, he always takes the bath with her. I'm like, and I just jumped, not jumped, but like I just got off the table right away. And I was like, where's her towel? And I looked and I found it right on the dryer and I just grabbed it.
So you did think there was inappropriateness going on in that shower with her daddy? Oh.
She's like, yes. And she's like, yes, okay. I said, come out here, baby. Just like that. And she's like, okay. And she came out and I just wrapped her up in the towel. And that's when Dawn came out of the shower, still half full of soap, screaming at me, you know? And I'm like, I really don't, you know, and I was swearing.
What was he saying to you there, Jose?
Back at him. But I basically told I didn't care because I don't think like that. And then I looked at Candace. I said, matter of fact, you go and take a bath with Summer. I said, this is not going to happen anymore.
And she was like, no, Jose, I don't take showers. That's what Dawn said.
But looking at that, that's when I should have just picked up the phone and called. But I wasn't sure if anything would have happened or not.
Yeah, I mean, you called it the way you saw it. I mean, I understand. Well, go ahead, Josh. What are your thoughts?
Well, you would have been out. First of all, you'd have been out of a. Obviously, you're probably thinking as well, I'm not going to have a place to stay.
No, because at that time I already was working, so I had, you know, money saved up a little bit. Yeah, so even if I would have got kicked out or I didn't have nowhere to go, I had money for me to at least stay a night or two in a hotel and try to figure out what I was going to do.
Yeah.
But that's not where my mindset was. I really didn't. It was a red flag, just not to that extent. It was just kind of like a weird thing to me.
Well, I mean, it was weird
Yeah.
enough for you to have a confrontation about it.
Oh yeah, well he
Right.
confronted me. I didn't confront him. All I did was talk to the baby, pulled her out, and told Candace to take her back with the baby. That was it.
Right.
I was trying to avoid him at all costs.
I got you.
I was trying to avoid confrontation. I don't like
So you seen Dawn in the buff?
to fight at all. I'd rather de-escalate the situation than make it worse.
So I do have a question as to now when you showed up there, were you, because you said that you were a full-blown alcoholic at the time. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was pretty much drinking all the time.
You drank basically the whole time you were there with them?
No, not the whole time. No, once I started to work, I just eased up off the liquor, just went to work, and then maybe 2-3 days would go by, then I'll drink a little something, and that was it. But like me working and then helping them in there, it controlled me. Their situation put me in line. Even though I was going through whatever I was going.
That's pretty bad when somebody else's fucked up situation changes how you handle your addictions and shit, right?
Through their situation just rattled me enough that I got to stop drinking all the time because I don't know what could happen in here.
Were you there for
So
any
that's
birthday
why-
parties, Jose? Did the kids have birthday parties?
No birthday parties.
Was anybody's birthday? Did it happen when you were there?
No.
No parties.
So you celebrated a birthday when you were there. So did the kids actually, any of them have their birthday happen without a birthday party?
I think so. I don't know. That I can't be 100% sure.
No worries.
Yeah, the way this rolls right now, I mean, this is obviously my head is going 1,000 miles an hour with a lot of different direction here. And the one thing I want people to stop, hopefully, is constantly just beating you, up in terms of the negative comments and stuff. It is what it is right now. But let's be patient and flush through all of this information. I mean, this they had you as some other guy, out in the atmosphere, as an RSO, and that's not you're not that guy. In fact, you're 100% not that guy. And now there may be other idiosyncrasies in relationship to your life. We don't know that. I don't know that. Okay, but the more we kind of hang around and kind of work through this, okay, then at this point, let's kind of figure out where you are. I mean, you have come forward. You did talk to the authorities early on. You were struggling with some issues. You're still struggling. I mean, when you called me the other night and we talked for a little while, I could hear it in your voice. And so
you can let your viewers know what I'm going through right now if they want to hear. Because of all of what they said, everything that was put out there, for your viewers to listen. I lost my job because of this, because of all the slandering that they've done of accusing me of me being this RSO. I lost my employment. I no longer have a home. I'm homeless now. But does anybody care? No. You just shred.
Wow. That is messed up. He is saying that the things that were put out about him that were not true he ended up losing his job. He became homeless and nobody cared. Poor Jose. That's sad because we know what happened to him, right? I know. I was thinking the same things. He wasn't there for anybody's birthday. But
take my life apart. Like if I'm the one who kidnapped Summer, like if I'm the one who were abusing all these people, and
maybe you should talk to Ernie Shell, because Ernie Shell is the one who says that he just happened to spot you a few hours away or some shit like that, right?
just telling everyone what my experience was there. And it's sad that out of everyone, I'm the only one who can describe Summer, and I don't like calling her that. I always called her Half Pint. That was my nickname for her. So it's weird to call her Summer to me. But it's like, I'm the only one who knows Half Pint. Like, I'm a total stranger. In the first, I already done. I tried to commit suicide on 4 different occasions, and even though it was somewhat of a hell, I was blessed to be around those children, because that's why I connected with them, because I was already down and out. If I'm willing to take my life 4 times, that meant that my children didn't mean nothing to me, and being around them woke me up to that, to say,
wow, what a statement. What a statement. Wow. Oh, no, we won't. He's not around yet anyway. No.
Like thinking, you know?
And you know, Jose, you're to be, you know, that part of your life now. Okay. And number one, you know, let's make sure that you're still in a safe situation, right? I mean, you're not in that frame of mind right now where you're thinking about hurting yourself, right? Tell me.
No, I'm really depressed, down and out, hurting, regretful, you know, but I'm not at that point that, oh, I don't want to live anymore. No, I'm not at that.
This is the sad part. Jose already had many mental problems. The last place he needed to go was 110 Ben Hill Road. He walked into years and years of history of DV, just, you know, craziness. And the craziness that he's seen there, it overrode the craziness that he was feeling when he got there. Okay. So then, you know, he had craziness upon craziness. And then a little girl goes missing from a place that he had resided for a short period of time and gotten to know that little girl. And because of that, he was demeaned. Things were said about him that wasn't true. People did not care that this individual who did never hide the fact that he had a lot of bad mental problems going on. People didn't care about that. Okay? They didn't. And did that affect him? Absolutely. I think it damn sure did affect him.
Right. But
you and I have talked about that the last couple of days. You and I have talked about that, right? The last couple of days. Okay. You know that you've got my phone number. You can call me 24/7. I'd rather have you call me than, you know, you get into a bad spot right there. Okay. So let's just keep that right there. And then second, you know, a lot of times things are going to come back, you know, information wise. And, you know, sometimes we forget. I mean, witnesses forget all the time. And then, you know, they get to a place where they go, oh, that's what I remember. You know where we have the biggest evidence of that? Elizabeth Smart's sister, her little sister. She was saying, I know who this person is. I know who this person is. And for months and months and months, you know, she could not recall. And then one day, all of a sudden, it just happened. And she goes, I know who it was. It was the hangman. And all of that finally came to the surface. Okay. Now, so you know, some of this, obviously the authorities, you've been talking to them. They've interviewed you multiple times. I mean, you know, folks have found you, and there's always going to be the question marks. And I have a lot more questions too. I'd be lying to tell you differently. Right. Okay. But, you know, I think tonight, that's kind of a full plate that we just, you know, put up here. And a lot of this obviously was, you know, a retread in relationship to what you had spoken to Justin with and ICU over there. And, you know, they're good people. And, you know, but, you know, some of the other stuff, you know, let's kind of make sure that folks are just, let's hold on, you know, until we know what the exact truth is in relationship to, you know, the totality of the conversation here. Josh, what say you, brother?
Yeah, you know, Jose, and appreciate you, you know, coming on here and talking to us. Nobody has made you do any of this. You know, I told you before the show when you first appeared on YouTube, I did a show the very next day and said, unfortunately, he has no idea what he just did.
No, he doesn't.
And
he didn't. He didn't. When Jose first came out on YouTube, these individuals, I can guarantee you, did not say, hey, the minute you come on my panel and have a conversation, you are opening a can of worms that, you know, ain't going to get closed, and those worms are going to climb out. And I can guarantee you that didn't happen for sure.
Like I said, I knew that it was going to get bad for you. I didn't know how bad it would get for you, because the fact of the matter is, Jose, if you said that you have 2 left feet and you really do have 2 left feet and you can prove it, people would go, well, why does he have 2 left feet? He's just weird. Why would somebody make something like that up? It doesn't. The suspect, you weren't there when Summer went missing. You have talked more about Summer, or Half Pint as you call her, than either of her parents. I don't have. I know that you were going through a really rough time, and for that, I am very sorry. And I wish I could have warned you at some point. I've warned others about YouTube.
Okay, I am going to stop that there. I had another one lined up. Oh, but I've been on here 4 hours. I told you I could do a 24-hour. What do you guys think so far? Okay, so we've heard Jose, right? We got the Jose. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. See, this is what happens with me. And I need to, I have my thoughts organized. And I have things that I pull up to kind of go down the line and talk about. And it's so easy for me to kind of get sidetracked and go kind of a different direction than what I planned on going. No. Why would it? I mean, I don't believe so. Why? Why would he do that? I mean, I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I am going to rearrange my lives I've already got scheduled, and I am going to take tomorrow off. Yeah, he said he threw it in the ocean. Only because I do, you guys. I get really tired. I get really tired. There's just so much. So much, so much. But like I said, there's a lot. A lot. Let's listen to this real quick. Hold on. Commercial, of course. Na, 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 na. This is WJHL. WJHL. I could do an intro for them. Come on. Oh, hey, did you guys know that? I think it's the Harlan News. What the fuck was that? Hold on. Somebody running through there. I have to go out there and tackle them. That is too fucking weird. I'll tackle you. Don't come through my yard. Hold on, let me make me a cappuccino. A cappuccino. Come on down to RC's and have a cappuccino with me. All right. Cappuccino coming. All right, hold on. Hold on.
Wells. It's the latest thought raging on the internet since the parents of the 5-year-old have been introduced to millions of viewers on the Dr. Phil Show.
Now, part 2 of the two-part segment aired late this afternoon. News Channel 11's Ainsley Daniel has been leading our coverage since Summer's disappearance in June, and she reports on one of the biggest takeaways from the Dr. Phil Show.
Josh and Sarah, we took a look at the Google Trends in the past day for Cornbread Mafia. As you can see behind me here, plenty of hits followed. The related topics kept getting closer to Summer's home: Hawkins County, kidnapping, Phil McGraw, Rogersville, and Summer.
Lord.
You have to actually look at what is organized crime.
There are distinct factors, starting with the existence of a chain of command and a means of moving money.
You usually see money flowing from the bottom to the top. You usually see some type of identifier.
Let me tell you what people seem to not see in that Dr. Phil interview was Candace saying, it doesn't help me. Them interviewing me, I feel an interrogation coming on. It doesn't help me. Not, it doesn't help my daughter. I want to find my daughter. She said, it doesn't help me. What do you think about that? You can leave it in comments if you like. That speaks volumes. Volumes, people.
Via tattoos, the type clothes that individuals are wearing, colors, stuff of that nature.
That's not what you get out of this 80s era organization who got their start moving marijuana, not children.
At this point, it's more of legend and folklore versus actual possible reality.
Candace Bly's reaction was unmistakable, but the cause of her stress could be misunderstood.
You know, we don't know what the triggering effect is. It could have just triggered her for something else and not necessarily their involvement with or possible
Nothing to do with the Cornbread Mafia.
involvement with her abduction or disappearance.
Dr. Phil used specific words when he told Dawn and Candace what he thought of their involvement.
My understanding is Dr. Phil says that to the family, and he makes it specific, and he says in her murder and then the covering or removal of the body. He doesn't say anything else about trafficking or anything of that nature. So I found that kind of unique that he worded it in that way.
Dr. Phil's words and the parents' reactions are certainly taking center stage in the 2 days of episodes.
To me, as a former investigator, it doesn't say a lot to me that the way they're acting, the way they do. What I'm going to look at more is the statements that they're making.
Yes.
Their body language.
Yes.
And how they present themselves. That's what I'm going to look more at versus the number of times they get before a camera.
But the
Hey.
organization may well exist, says our expert, but no structure exists to pull off Summer's disappearance.
So I think it's more of a code of silence versus an actual organized
I think so too.
operation.
Yes, sir. I think so
Stanton
too.
says he trusts the agencies leading the investigation into what happened to Summer Wells. He told me today that he believes this case will be solved and it's just a matter of when.
That's right. I mean, that's a pretty bold, that's kind of a big statement there, right? It is just a matter of when. It is just a matter of when. And it's just, look, for a long time, me personally, I'm like, look, Dawn and Candace, you don't have to tell me anything, right? You guys have said enough. You've said enough. You showed us enough. What I want to see is you doing something for your daughters and for your daughter instead of yourself. I'm not talking about your boys. They're not in your possession anymore, nor will they ever be. I am talking about your daughter. Don and his buddy Tim Mullins, that's all fine and good. Tim Mullins is not a law enforcement official. that I know of. And if he is, I don't think he's playing undercover cop very well. Okay, that's just my opinion on that. Candace, she wants to talk to all these people, and these people are like, oh my God, like Candace is a celebrity or something. I'm talking to Candace. Candace said this to me. Candace said that to me. I mean, I actually have. I'm going to keep Epstein's name out of there, girl. But anywho, there was something I was going to show y'all. Dang it. My brain is overloaded right now, my friends. For sure. I will be better prepared, but I am going to take tomorrow off. Whether people believe so or not, I know that I've done, a few long lives talking about summer. And as I said, once I get started talking and I keep pulling stuff up, I could sit here for a long, long time and continue to show you guys things and talk about things. And, I appreciate everybody who, comes over and hangs out. And, I appreciate that so much. But, I do know when it's time and my brain is kind of getting tired when I have to say I need to take a day off for sure. I'm not even going to talk about a case tomorrow at all. So, many years before they went legal, it was adults who was handled, not kids, as a matter of one interaction with overall child. Well, whether you believe it or not, they both seem to have this narcissistic tendency. Dawn so much more than Candace, I think. But I truly think, and this is just me, I truly think that that Candace has always felt like she was less than, right? Like she was less than. Then she became friends with Allie and them. Be careful. Oh, Lord. Okay. Damn it. See, there's just so much. There's so much. There really is. And my little old brain is like, Lord. Because usually what we talk about, I can pull stuff up that goes with it. Right? Yes, we've sat in. They wanted friends, and boy, did they get them. They sure got them some friends. So, I don't know. I hope that, the thing about it is, This is my opinion. Until they get to a point where they separate or something really, really bad happens, where they feel like they got to cover their ass, will they tell on each other and say what they know? For sure. For sure. That dynamic is just a really messed up dynamic. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, the cornbread mafia was. But, you know, I'm not going to get into the Dr. Phil stuff again. Y'all know how I feel about him. I truly think that, you know, when the idea of Don and Candace coming on the show, you know, came in the producer's radar, that he didn't really know the case. But like they said, it wasn't how they were acting. It wasn't that they were getting doped up. It wasn't that they were doing substances. It wasn't that they were knocking the hell out of each other on live streams, or, you know, you could hear them doing it. It was what they said, things that were said. Right? Well, the behavioral panel is the one that brought the cornbread mafia up. So that was on them. The minute they mentioned them, woohoo, it went crazy town on the YouTube streets. Yes, Wolf. Yes, Wolfie. I am sorry. I've been on here 4 hours and 17 minutes. And I'm going to go to 4:30 because I have OCD. Yeah, he throated her in the punch. That's what she said. You throated me in the punch. Oh, they got you now, Donnie. They got you now. You throated me in the punch. Don't break my fucking door, Candace. That's what I said. Who in their right mind would have wrote a script for TV like that? For sure. They'd be all messed up and Don be like, yeah, the 10 Commandments. I try to follow the 10 Commandments. Always the 10 Commandments. Crazy. But you can't change any of it. For sure. For sure, for sure. But, you know, in my opinion, they're thinking, oh, well, summer's gone. You know, we signed the boys over. It's just me and you now, Donnie. Let's just enjoy it. For sure. For sure, for sure. Damn, you got choked and spanked? Damn. Dang. Well, we shall look at some more things and talk about some more things, but I kind of have to keep going back to the same thing of the parents. I do truly believe are not cooperating, have not cooperated from the beginning. And that in itself, I feel, has hindered finding Summer. I know a lot of people are like, no, it's the YouTube freaks. And has some of that kind of leaked into Summer's case? Absolutely. But Don and Candace allowed a lot of that to happen also, okay? They allowed a lot of that crap to happen. And then wanted to act like a victim. I don't care about the money. I don't care about the money. Right? But you knew all about the money. So, well, hey, all I can ask y'all is, if you like today's conversation, give me a thumbs up. You can sub up if you like. I'm not going to pull your hair if you don't. Totally up to you. Thank you for hanging out and having a conversation. I think they faked a lot of that cat. Candace called Mary with Dawn laughing. Yeah. Yep. That's crazy town. Craziness. That was odd. That was crazy, strange, odd, very telling. That conversation was very, very telling. For sure. Candace is crying so hard. Oh, they took him to Boston. All right, be careful. They took him to Boston. Yep. That's right. Imagine what they do for funding. I mean, conspiracy. I'm just saying. All right. Adore you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, mods, for coming in. Thanks, Flies, for coming in. I appreciate you. I've got a live scheduled over a couple things that Jody had said. I am not doing that tomorrow. For real. But like I said, there's things that people really don't look at or really listen when something is said. And her at Dr. Phil stating that it doesn't help me. No, you're fine, Flies. You're fine. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help me. Speaks volumes, for sure. All right, be you, do you, go do whatever you're going to do. Have a great day, and I will catch you here in a couple days. If you need me, email me for sure, and I will check my email sometime tomorrow because I got to go through my emails anyway. So, all right, have a great one. Peace out, everybody. Thanks again.